Chapter 747. The Taboo King was the ultimate existence among the supreme kings. It was all because the Taboo King had an invincible power that surpassed the supreme kings. That was the supreme divine power. As for the supreme divine power of the Emperor, the world knew that it was the twin souls. However, this is really... How is this possible? How can this be? The corners of some virtual king's mouth twitched slightly. There was an indescribable strange look on their faces. Their eyes were filled with shock, astonishment, and fear. Shock, shock, shock. Complete shock. Because in an instant they had completely figured it out. Once upon a time, when the Emperor was facing the young Netherworld King, he relied on the terror of the two souls and his own unlimited transcendence. That limitless improvement finally suppressed the young Netherworld King, making him the first existence to fall in the War of Kings. When the Emperor clashed with the 31st Prince before, he actually suppressed the 31st Prince without using the twin souls. At that time, it was a fair battle, so he didn't use the power of the twin souls. However, just the power of the martial Tao was so terrifying, it was enough to shock the world. However, as the battle continued, we were all shocked by the Emperor to the extent that we couldn't be more shocked. So, we gradually neglected. As the Taboo King, Lu Feng was one of the top 5 evildoers since ancient times. He could even be called the most extreme evildoer king. His supreme divine power was the twin souls. Previously, before this shocking battle, Lu Feng had already said that he would use all his power to end all myths and kill all miracles. Obviously, his most powerful power was definitely not just the martial Tao. Just now, everyone was shocked by Lu Feng's terrifying martial Tao power and temporarily forgot about his existence as a psychic. Now, when the sky was filled with endless gloom, everyone finally came to a realization. It's hard to imagine that it's just the martial Tao. The monarch was actually able to suppress the 6 supreme kings to such an extent. If he uses his ultimate power, then in the world, who can be his opponent? Silence. It was completely endless silence. No one could imagine it. Once Lu Feng displayed the dual soul theurgy and raised his power to its peak, just how terrifying would he be? I'm afraid that even if the taboo monarch, the immortal king, the devil king's true body, and the divine king's Saint King all came out, they would still not be a match for the Emperor. This was not a guess, but a confirmation. In the past, when Lu Feng had said that he would surpass the sovereign personage realm, he had received endless mockery and denial from countless people. However, only less than 2 years had passed since then. 2 years later, Emperor Lu Feng didn't need to say anything anymore, as he had already surpassed all the other human monarchs at the same cultivation level. Look, the battle is about to end. That's right, the previous emperor fought crazily because he didn't have overwhelming power. But now that he had used both of his souls, he was truly an existence that could crush everything. Amidst the haze, the sky had already started to darken. In an instant, countless destructive lightning tornadoes whizzed past. Everything could be completed in an instant. At this moment, the supreme monarchs were about to unleash their most terrifying power. Finally, when their killing intent was about to descend, a hazy fluctuation suddenly appeared on Lu Feng's body as he was sent flying. This is the Emperor's dual soul theurgy. His second soul has started to draw on the destructive power in the void. A moment later, the Sky Destroyer, one of the strongest attacks that Lu Feng had condensed on his own, finally descended upon the void. Although the power of the Sky Destroyer wasn't enough to kill these supreme monarchs, it was still possible to injure a supreme monarch. Furthermore, these supreme monarchs had already suffered serious injuries and were on the verge of collapse. Therefore, when the heavenly destruction in the void continued to suppress them, the 3 supreme monarchs, who wanted to kill Lu Feng, finally retreated completely. In an instant, this power, which was enough to end the era of annihilation and make even a peak true god tremble in fear, struck the 3 supreme monarchs heavily. Again and again and again. The 3 supreme monarchs were seriously injured. However, when the 3 supreme monarchs were seriously injured, Lu Feng's power was finally exhausted. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer. Lu Feng's body fell heavily on the grade 9 battle platform. The transparent blood flowing out of his body had already dyed the sacred battle platform with a desolate and majestic aura. On the battlefield, Lu Feng had continuously superimposed more than 5 heavenly destructions and finally suppressed the 3 supreme monarchs who had already reached their limits, causing them to fall heavily on the battle platform. At this moment, an incomparably silent scene appeared on the scene. The previous clamor, the terrifying collisions, and the earth-shattering shouts could no longer be heard or seen. The only things that really existed were the 7 figures on the ground, who seemed to have lost their vitality. After a long time, a King Realm expert finally took a deep breath. This kind of battle is really too tragic. This was really incomparably tragic. Who could have imagined such a scene in the past? The 7 supreme monarchs represented the pinnacle of geniuses and all the evildoers in the endless era. Their collisions were completely worthy of such a name. Such a battle had been terrifying since the endless era. No, it will definitely become the only one. No one had ever done this before. This was definitely going to be unprecedented. In the previous eras, such a situation had never occurred. Although it was possible for a human monarch to achieve such a shocking feat of defeating 6 supreme monarchs at once, his era had determined that he would never have such an opportunity. Apart from the human monarchs, there was no other existence in the endless era that could achieve such a feat. Such a scene would definitely not be repeated in the future. In the future, no one believed that a monstrous genius like Lu Feng would be born. Even if such a genius existed, he would definitely not be as crazy as Lu Feng. Therefore, this was definitely a world-shaking battle that had never been seen before and would never be seen again. The silent atmosphere was gradually broken. It was not the spectators who broke the silence, but the 7 figures who fell on the ground. Slowly, Lu Feng stood up from the ground with great difficulty. The avatar that belonged to the great emperor had already completely disappeared. Now, he had returned to his original appearance. However, because of the endless battle, Lu Feng had completely changed compared to the past. However, everyone could clearly see that although his body was seriously injured, although blood was flowing, and although his aura was much weaker than when he had been at his peak, it was still the same. The only thing that had not changed was Lu Feng's eyes. It was his one and only pupil that had been there for all eternity. What kind of expression was this? It made people palpitate and tremble. It made people unable to suppress the shock and turmoil in their hearts. From Lu Feng's eyes, they could only see a kind of persistence, a kind of sublimation of persistence. This kind of persistence was called madness. When there is only one left in my eyes, then no existence is an obstacle. Everything is just an illusion. They cannot make me retreat even a little bit. Lu Feng's terror finally became completely ferocious at this moment. In the distance, in 6 separate locations, 6 figures also began to slowly stand up. The great avatars that they had condensed and merged had also completely disappeared. Although their injuries could not be compared to Lu Feng's, compared to their bodies, such injuries were already very serious. Everyone could feel that if it had been someone else with such injuries, even if it had only been 1/10 of them, they would have been completely annihilated and almost died. Even if they relied on some divine objects to forcibly hold on, they would probably be unable to continue fighting. However, such heavy injuries didn't affect these supreme kings at all. In fact, their fighting spirit was still burning. Finally, these 7 supreme, invincible, monstrous geniuses who had dominated the world since ancient times stood up again. Silence. They were all silent between each other. However, what they saw in each other's eyes was mutual. By now, they had already fought for countless times and clashed countless times. These people really did not have much strength to continue fighting. At this moment, even Lu Feng, who was burning with fighting spirit, was already exhausted. It was true that he was terrifying, and it was also true that his accumulation was the best in history since ancient times. However, Lu Feng's opponents were also the most powerful, monstrous geniuses who had been able to enter the top 10 since ancient times. Every time they collided, the power Lu Feng used was almost equivalent to a kind of supreme technique, which was equivalent to defeating hundreds or thousands of opponents. His opponent only needed to wave a single blow. However, Lu Feng needed to kill 6 times. Most importantly, Lu Feng was only a first-level demigod. His opponents were real, pinnacle demigods. Therefore, although Lu Feng was so terrifying, he was still exhausted. But this time, he also felt tired. This was the first time Lu Feng had felt this way since he started fighting. Looking at the 6 supreme kings in front of him, who had made him fight to his heart's content, the fanatical light in Lu Feng's eyes became even more terrifying. Finally, his voice resounded between heaven and earth in the endless void. Thank you. Chapter 748. Thank you? Lu Feng's words puzzled many people. However, after a while, many people came to their senses. They looked at Lu Feng with indescribable expressions. The great ancestor's eyes were also filled with complicated emotions. After a long time, he finally sighed softly. In Lu Feng's eyes, these people should indeed be thanked. Because to Lu Feng, these people are not his opponents. They are just sparring partners. Many people understood this truth. All they could do at this moment was remain silent. Indeed, Lu Feng said that he was grateful because, deep in his heart, he regarded these people as his sparring partners. Wang Zhan, in the eyes of many people, no, in the eyes of everyone except Lu Feng, was truly the most important matter. In order to win the Battle of the Kings, they had done a lot of things that exceeded their bottom line. However, the Battle of the Kings was really nothing to Lu Feng. Really, it was nothing. In my eyes, the existence of the Battle of the Kings is actually nothing. Although I started the Battle of the Kings, in my heart, the victory of the Battle of the Kings is not very significant. Upon hearing Lu Feng's voice, everyone shifted their gazes. They already knew that the final collision was coming. Otherwise, given Lu Feng's character, he would not use the Sky Destroyer. Therefore, everything that Lu Feng said this time was of great interest to the people around him. Time seemed to have condensed into a substance at this moment. All sound was fading away. The only thing that remained was Lu Feng's voice that echoed faintly. The Battle of the Kings is to defeat all opponents, to absorb the power of hundreds of millions of geniuses and monstrous opponents, to establish invincible confidence, and to finally break through to the Emperor's Tao. But to me, this has no meaning at all. I am the Emperor. I am the ultimate Emperor that time and fate cannot deny. I am the Emperor that must be recognized. The Emperor's Tao does not require any Battle of the Kings for me. As long as I persevere in my heart and continue to fight, I will definitely achieve it. This was Lu Feng's heart. He had already thought of it. He had truly understood it. After experiencing so many transformations, Lu Feng had fully understood his own existence. This was a nobility that even fate had to acknowledge. He was born to be an emperor, a truly supreme and noble emperor. It was incomparable to anything else. In the future, his ascension to the emperor realm was a foregone conclusion. This was something that could be achieved without a battle between kings. Although Lu Feng didn't know the reason behind it, he didn't even know when he had such thoughts. However, Lu Feng understood that this feeling was the truth. Therefore, he didn't need to go through the Battle of the Kings. In the future, he would definitely be able to enter the imperial realm. Therefore, to me, the existence of King's War is actually a process that allows me to enjoy the joy of true battle, a process that allows me to quickly surpass myself. And your existence has allowed me to feel the true joy of battle. It has allowed me to find the joy of fighting to the limit. That's why I thank you. His frenzied eyes contained an indescribable sense of tranquility. This was an extreme contradiction, but the existence of this contradiction made people feel that it was so harmonious. It was as if they should coexist in the first place. Lu Feng thanked them. Although the contents of his words made them feel very uncomfortable, the 6 supreme monarchs felt strangely uncomfortable. However, they understood that what Lu Feng had said was true. After all, the strength that Lu Feng had displayed now was really invincible. Without using the taboo monarch's supreme mystique, the power of the martial path alone could make the six supreme monarchs collapse completely. The six supreme monarchs all understood that if Lu Feng had really used the twin souls right from the start, they wouldn't have been able to resist at all. After all, Lu Feng's power had definitely not just doubled after using the twin souls. If that had happened, Lu Feng would have easily suppressed them completely, leaving them without any ability to resist. Therefore, Lu Feng was absolutely qualified to say these words. The six supreme monarchs were all silent. They were really speechless at the moment. All they could do was watch Lu Feng quietly and wait for what would happen next. Lu Feng's gaze swept across them slowly. His gaze contained an astonishing power. His gaze swept across every single supreme monarch. When his gaze met Lu Feng's, the spirit monarch's chest puffed out slowly. The turbulence in his expression was clearly visible. Lu Feng continued to sweep his gaze across them. His gaze once again made the 31st Prince, the High Priest, the Sky Demon Saint, and the Sky Dao Crown Prince puff out their chests. Their eyes were filled with determination and terrifying conviction. In the end, Lu Feng's gaze stopped on the figure of the Emperor's son. As everyone knew, the existence of the Emperor's son was recognized as the pinnacle existence of the current era. Even the taboo monarchs couldn't be much stronger than him. It could be said that the Emperor's son truly represented a kind of limit. Furthermore, what many people valued the most was the Emperor's son's identity. He was the Emperor's son, and he also walked the path of the Emperor's Tao. He was also the incarnation of a supreme, universe-grade emperor. Therefore, the battle between him and Lu Feng was regarded as a true predestined showdown. Therefore, when Lu Feng's gaze lingered on the Emperor's son's face, everyone once again returned to a state of boundless tranquility. At this moment, Lu Feng's voice slowly rang out. After fighting for so long, we don't have much power left. This will be our final blow. I know that all of your existences have the greatest killing power. All of you have the ultimate power, the supreme technique. In addition to these, all of you also have an even greater power. Each of you represents a race. All of you have the inheritance of the most powerful power of your respective race. Lu Feng faintly thought of the young underworld monarch again. He still clearly remembered that the young underworld monarch had used a secret technique that surpassed the supreme technique at the last moment. It was the underworld wheel. By relying on these powers, the young underworld monarch had been able to make Lu Feng display such a shocking power to fight back and make Lu Feng fight so crazily. After a slight pause, Lu Feng's gaze became even more terrifying and ferocious. His eyes seemed to be able to see through all existences, see through time and space, see through the cycle of fate and reincarnation, and his voice echoed throughout the universe for an eternity. So use it. Let's end this real battle without any regrets. In an instant, countless creatures began to tremble slightly. They really didn't expect Lu Feng to say such a thing. One had to know that once the supreme techniques of the six supreme kings were used, the terrifying power would definitely shatter time and space. After each of them used their supreme techniques, what they represented was the pinnacle of power that had existed since ancient times. As for Lu Feng, his true strength wasn't the most extreme collision. Everyone could feel that Lu Feng's true terror lay in his invincible belief and his never-ending attacks. Obviously, this kind of all-out confrontation was completely disadvantageous to Lu Fenglai. However, he had actually chosen such a path. He had actually chosen such a terrifying method, which was the most difficult method for him. This caused the crowd to be at a loss for words. If he really chooses such a method, then the effect of the Emperor's supreme mystic ability can be said to be for naught. He will lose his greatest effect. What exactly is the Emperor thinking? Once the two souls were used, Lu Feng would be an absolutely invincible existence in a chaotic battle. The constant suppression of the Sky Destroyer would be enough to exhaust the 6 Supreme Kings in an instant. Lu Feng himself would become a truly invincible existence. His killing intent would be able to easily exterminate any Supreme King. Finally, he would complete the shocking feat of defeating the 6 Supreme Kings by himself. But, Lu Feng actually didn't choose such a method. Instead, he chose the final extreme collision. He gave up all his advantages and chose the most extreme collision. Such a Lu Feng made it hard for others to believe. Others really didn't understand. Apart from those who truly understood Lu Feng, apart from those who truly understood Lu Feng, apart from those who truly understood him, apart from his 6 Supreme Kings, no one else could believe it. The 6 Supreme Kings looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. They understood that Lu Feng wasn't joking. He was really serious. What the Emperor pursues is a kind of spiritual sublimation. What he pursues is a kind of extreme collision. This Battle of the Kings is the most ultimate battle of the kings in history. It's the most terrifying battle of the kings that has never happened before. If such a battle ends in such an ordinary way, then how can it be worthy of being called the strongest in history? How can it be worthy of being called the strongest in history? So let's fight. Let's fight for real. We are the pride of our era. For our glory, to prove our existence, let's go crazy. I, the Emperor's son, am willing to fight for my glory, for the dignity of the Emperor clan. Even if I fall in the world, and die forever, I will not hesitate. The Emperor's son's words spread throughout the entire world, causing countless existences to be shocked. At this moment, many existences of the Emperor clan walked out. They looked at the Emperor's son, their eyes flashing with a strange light. Your Highness, many existences of the Emperor clan are willing to protect you. We are willing to bear your glory and pray for your victory forever. Turmoil, endless turmoil, between heaven and earth. Countless existences looked at the almighty figures of the Emperor clan. They really didn't expect the Emperor clan to make such a decision. Using the ultimate confrontation means using a supreme technique. And the supreme technique of a supreme king is definitely a supreme technique that can make the universe tremble. Then, once such a power is used, they will have to pay a terrifying price. But right now, they had all suffered endless injuries. Their existences were already on the verge of death. At this moment, even if they suffered a heavy blow, they would almost enter a state of decay. And if they used a supreme technique, it was almost equivalent to suicide. Vaguely, many people seemed to be equivalent to the past, equivalent to the young underworld king. He, at the final moment, used the true most invincible power and finally stepped into the realm of death. Could it be that the supreme monarchs were going to make the same choice? Chapter 749. Although they didn't know what the final outcome would be, they were certain that the crown prince had already decided to let go of everything. The monarch race had already let go of everything. They had decided to ignore the crown prince's life and let him complete the ultimate confrontation. Such a decision made the other peak overlords enter a state of complete silence. The only thing they could do now was to look at the supreme kings of their respective races. As if they felt countless gazes, the other 5 supreme kings, except for the crown prince, slowly lowered their heads as if they were thinking about something. After a long time, the high priest's head became the first to be raised. However, he wasn't looking at Lu Feng. Instead, he was looking at the other supreme kings. He was looking at his own race, the war god race. His voice resounded clearly at this moment, affecting the entire space and allowing everyone to hear him clearly. Teacher, I know that you have been paying attention to me all this time. The great shaman's words stunned countless existences. They looked at the war god tribe with puzzled gazes. However, when they vaguely thought of something in the next moment, their faces were filled with astonishment. In an instant, there was an uproar. It could even be said that they were astonished. This was because they had already guessed it. The high priest? The teacher of the war god race's high priest? He is? Everyone had already guessed it. However, they really didn't dare to say it out loud. This was because such an existence was really too noble. It was so noble that they couldn't describe it. In the war god race, the high priest was a monstrous genius. He was a supreme existence, the strongest existence in the history of the war god race. He was the final hope of the war god race. Even an invincible almighty wasn't qualified to become his teacher. If there was one, there would only be one of them. That was the ancestor of the war god race, the war god progenitor, the divine king. The divine king. The high priest teacher was definitely the divine king. However, at this moment, the high priest was thanking his teacher. His words sent chills down the spines of many existences. Could it be that the divine king had appeared here? Could it be that a supreme being of the universe had arrived? One had to know that the existence of universe supremes was an unfathomable terror. They were the pinnacle of eternal power in the universe. Their existences were incomparable to anything else. Even invincible almighty existences were nothing more than ants in front of the divine king, unless they had special opportunities. This was the true divine king. Now, there was actually a supreme divine king paying attention to this matter. How could this not shock many existences? Unlike those rogue cultivators and those races who didn't know the truth, the expressions of many peak overlords remained the same. There was no change in their expressions at all, because they knew the truth. After all, every race had their own methods of exhausting themselves to death. As soon as the high priest's voice fell, a startling light suddenly appeared among the battle god tribe. The moment this light appeared, the world seemed to darken. Although it was only a projection, his existence was truly indescribable and made people tremble abnormally. It was an incomparably young figure. His outstanding figure fused with time and history, suppressing the passage of time. His quiet existence attracted the attention of billions of people. His face couldn't be seen at all, and his existence was the center of attention. Any living being who saw him would feel a sense of worship from the bottom of their hearts. Any strong being would feel admiration in front of him. That's right. The divine king, supremacy. Welcome, primogenitor. Welcome, primogenitor. Welcome, primogenitor. One figure after another resounded in the sky. Countless existences of the battle god tribe knelt respectfully on the ground, performing the most devout worship. The existences of the other races looked at each other and also bowed respectfully. Greetings, battle god primogenitor. The one who descended was the battle god primogenitor. However, this wasn't the real body of the battle god primogenitor. It was only his consciousness. Everyone understood that the real body of the battle god primogenitor wouldn't be able to descend so easily. After all, the divine king had to pay a great price to come here. In terms of time, he couldn't come as he wished. However, although his real body couldn't come, it didn't mean that his consciousness couldn't. This battle of the kings was the final battle of the kings. Previously, it had caused a commotion in the entire universe. Many existences knew that even the supreme beings of the universe were paying close attention to this battle. Obviously, this wasn't a lie. Now that the consciousness of the battle god primogenitor had descended, it proved everything. Everyone in the field had bowed respectfully. Even the high priest bowed respectfully. After all, the battle god primogenitor was his teacher. He was the teacher who had nurtured him like a father. Hence, no matter how arrogant he was, he had to bow respectfully at this moment. The other 5 supreme emperors, including the martial monarch's sons, bowed respectfully too. Their respect for the divine king was limitless. It wasn't limited by race. After all, what the supreme beings of the universe represented was no longer limited by race. At this moment, in this field, the only one who was still standing and nodding slightly was Lu Feng. Lu Feng was the only emperor. The voice of the battle god, primogenitor, rang out faintly. The moment his voice rang out, countless existences were slightly startled. They quietly raised their heads and looked in the direction of Lu Feng. However, that was all these people could do. Before the divine king gave permission, they could only bow respectfully. They didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Many existences of the human race didn't feel anything strange. As one of the three major races in the Milky Way, the battle god race was on good terms with the human race. In the entire universe, the battle god race was also an ally of the human race. Together, they had established the gods' organization. The divine king of the battle god race was one of the divine kings who was least likely to attack Lu Feng. Even if he did attack, so what? It was only the consciousness of the battle god primogenitor that had descended. Due to the terrifying existence and isolation of the foreign battlefield, the consciousness of the battle god primogenitor didn't have any power to speak of. It could be said that although the consciousness of the battle god primogenitor had descended, his power didn't have the slightest bit of power. Hence, even if this projection attacked, it was simply impossible to obliterate Lu Feng. It was precisely because of this that the existence of the human race was incomparably quiet. Even after hearing the voice of the battle god primogenitor, they remained silent. After hearing the battle god primogenitor's words, Lu Feng raised his head slightly. He was the emperor. His glory would never wither. It would never wither. Therefore, he wouldn't humble himself in front of anyone, even if he was facing the divine king. Looking at the battle god primogenitor, Lu Feng opened his mouth slightly, but didn't say anything. At this moment, he only quietly looked at the battle god primogenitor. In the void, the mighty figure looked at Lu Feng for a long time. After calling out Lu Feng's name, the battle god primogenitor didn't do anything. He didn't even say anything. He only looked at Lu Feng in incomparable calmness. After a long time, it really was a long time, suddenly, an earth-shattering voice came from the void. Good, good, good. Three loud good sounds shook the entire space-time. This kind of shaking was a kind of shaking of the origin. Many existences understood that this wasn't something an ordinary existence could do. Only those with a perfect world, those who had truly comprehended the true essence of the world. Only then could their understanding of space-time reach such a terrifying level. Therefore, they understood that this voice belonged to the battle god primogenitor. Countless existences finally couldn't bear it anymore. They raised their heads slightly, wanting to see the truth. Unfortunately, what appeared before them was only the indifferent Emperor Lu Feng and the equally indifferent battle god primogenitor, who didn't say anything at all. Everyone didn't understand. They couldn't understand what the battle god primogenitor meant by good. Was it anger? Or was it because he truly thought that Lu Feng was outstanding? Or was it because he supported the high priest decision? No one understood. No one knew. These people could only be at a loss for a moment before they respectfully lowered their heads again. Finally, the battle god primogenitor's voice rang out again. This time, his prestige fluctuated. However, there was no longer any emotion in it. High priest, you are the priest of the battle god race. You are the prophet who carries the great destiny of the battle god race. Your existence is the backbone of the battle god race. Many people's hearts trembled slightly when they heard this. They could already sense the meaning in the battle god primogenitor's words. This was rejection. He wanted the high priest to reject such a battle. After all, as the soul of the battle god race, the high priest's existence couldn't be lost. However, when the battle god primogenitor's voice rang out, everyone was stunned. Their thoughts were instantly overturned. Therefore, for the backbone of the battle god race, let's fight. Even if we die, we must not tarnish the prestige of the battle god race. We are titled battle gods. We are the battle gods. We will either be reborn in battle or die in battle. Let's fight. Mind, disciple. The voice finally disappeared completely. It completely disappeared. That illusory figure had completely disappeared. The awe-inspiring aura that belonged to a god king had also completely disappeared. Everyone knew that the battle god primogenitor had already left. His consciousness was in this foreign language battlefield. Due to the existence of boundless nomological laws and the terrifying limitations of space-time, he couldn't exist for long. Therefore, after revealing his existence for a moment, the battle god primogenitor finally disappeared completely. Finally, everyone turned to look at a single person. This person wasn't Emperor Lu Feng, the crown prince, or anyone else from the Battle God race. They were looking at the high priest, the future hope of the Battle God race. The high priest fell silent when he sensed the gazes of millions upon millions of people. However, a moment later, he started laughing. It was a crazy laugh. Perhaps this is the real him. In the end, the Battle God race's high priest is only a young man in his 20s, seeing the crazy laughter of the high priest, who didn't fit in with his usual image of a prophet. Countless existences had the same thought in their minds. When Lu Feng saw the high priestess, he smiled, and so did the imperial son. The three of them all laughed. Everything was said in silence. The three of them started to look around at the other existences. They looked at the other Force Supreme existences who were slowly pondering. The high priest already understood his own path. His path had already received the support of the Battle God race's primogeniture. It could be said that he was now able to let go of everything and fight crazily for himself for once. However, the others were different. They still couldn't let go of everything. Like the high priest, they were the condensation of the faith of their respective races. They were the hope of their own races. At this moment, they were really hesitating. They could fight crazily against the emperor and fight to the death with Lu Feng. However, they all understood that they wouldn't die. However, it was different this time because they could sense that if they were to use their heaven-defying strength in such a state and under such heavy injuries, they would definitely collapse in the end. They would be like the previous young Nether King. They would completely collapse. They might die before the final battle. Chapter 750. The Spirit King, the Sky Demon Saint, the Sky Dao Crown Prince, and the 31st Prince were all extremely silent at this moment. They didn't raise their heads, as if they were thinking about something. However, everyone could clearly sense that when the Battle God Progenitor said those words, the four Supreme Kings trembled slightly. They really wanted to fight. They were all monstrous geniuses of this epoch. They were all born to fight. If they didn't fight or hot-bloodedness, could they still be considered monstrous geniuses? Turbulence. It was truly a complete turbulence. Many existences could already clearly feel the constantly fluctuating will and power of the four Supreme Monarchs. They knew that the four Supreme Kings were about to make a decision. At some point, a voice suddenly rang out, echoing clearly between heaven and earth. "Father, this time, please allow me to be impudent. If I die, third brother will take over the position of the legitimate prince of the Dark Blood dynasty." The 31st Prince's voice echoed throughout the sky. Many existences of the Dark Blood race were startled awake. They looked at the 31st Prince in disbelief. However, the 31st Prince did not have any other reaction in the face of all these expressions. Right now, there was only madness in his eyes. There was only one thing, only one kind of determination. He had truly let go of everything. He had decided to break all shackles. For a long time, the sky was silent. However, in the next moment, shocking ripples appeared in the sky. A majesty that made people's hearts tremble was born and spread throughout the sky. At this moment, countless existences bowed respectfully again from their mouths. They actually shouted in unison. "Welcome, Imperial Lord Darkblood, Imperial Lord Darkblood." The Darkblood race was a peak Overlord race. The Darkblood dynasty's Imperial Lord was the true supreme of the current universe, the peerless divine king of the universe. No one had expected that the War God Clans, 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 War God Imperial Lord Yu Shui's voice slowly resounded in the sky. Everyone was shocked when they heard his voice. My son, Emperor Darkblood was the 31st Prince's father. In the Darkblood Empire, the Grand Prince was already over 1,000 years old, and he had reached the level of king. Of course, among the many princes and princesses of the Serene blood race, the strongest had already reached the level of a peerless almighty. Naturally, Their ages were also incomparably old. As for the younger ones, such as the 31st Prince, they were only a few decades old. In the Darkblood dynasty, the difference in age was huge. However, age couldn't really decide everything. The 31st Prince had many older brothers, and most of them were stronger than him. However, when the 31st Prince revealed his true talent, he became the successor of the ghostly Blood Empire. He was a successor that no one could shake. The 31st Prince was the true successor of the Blood Dynasty. And now, he had finally spoken. He was giving his position as the legitimate successor to the throne to the third prince. Many existences understood the meaning behind this. The 31st Prince had decided to give up everything and fight with everything he had. Emperor Darkblood's figure was very obvious in the void. It flickered constantly, filled with unparalleled brilliance. No one could describe the terrifying will it contained. His face was also hidden in the mist. No one could see it, not even the undefeatable Almighties. This was the unparalleled power of a supreme of the universe, the unparalleled invincibility of a supreme of the universe. Although the soft words, "my son," were filled with terrifying majesty, everyone could hear the doting feelings in them. The 31st Prince looked up at the majestic figure in the void. After a long silence, he actually knelt down in front of that figure in the void under the gazes of billions of people. At this moment, countless existences were shocked. The monstrous existences of an era were definitely the most terrifying prides of an era. The 31st Prince was one of the pinnacle monstrous existences in endless time and space. He could even be ranked in the top 10. It could be said that his glory was unprecedented. However, at this moment, he had actually knelt down just like that. Billions of people were silent. The other Supreme Kings and Lu Feng watched quietly. No one could understand what these people were thinking or what they were thinking. On the ground, the 31st Prince's voice finally rang out and reverberated throughout the land. "Father, this time, please allow me to let go. Ever since I was young, I know that you have high hopes for me. I know that you have poured all your hopes and dreams into me. I know that I bear the weight of countless beliefs of the blood race. I'm a hope of our future. I know that I cannot be willful. I cannot disregard the future of my race and choose my own path. However, this time, please forgive my impudence. Please allow me to be crazy for once. I have no choice but to do this. I have no choice but to..." His head hit the ground hard. It hit the ground hard just like that. Tears actually appeared in the 31st Prince's eyes. He was the 31st Prince, one of the greatest existences of all time. His unparalleled status and glory had allowed him to look down on all living things. However, he had actually shed tears in front of so many people. This was even more shocking than when he had knelt down. It was indescribable. The other three supreme monarchs couldn't help but sigh when they saw the 31st Prince's current state. Others might not be able to understand it, but as existences in the same position, they really understood it. They all understood it. They all knew the conflict and fear in the 31st Prince's heart. On one side was everything he had pursued with all his might. That was where his dreams lay. That was where his eternal hope lay. On the other side was his race, his family, his friends, and his lover. Between these two difficult choices, he really had no choice. It was indescribable. Silence. Millions and millions of people remained silent. Finally, the mighty existence in the void, the voice of the Blood Royal Lord, was heard. "My son, this time, I allow you to be impudent." These simple words were like a sudden clap of thunder. The 31st Prince's tear-filled eyes froze completely. He looked at his father and the mighty Blood Royal Lord, unable to believe that these words had come from his father's mouth. As though he had sensed the state the 31st Prince was in, the Blood Royal Lord's voice finally rang out clearly once more. "Follow your heart and fight. This time, if you lose this opportunity, then you will never have the possibility to improve in the future. However, I hope that in the end, you will live." His voice gradually faded away until it completely vanished into the void. A moment later, his figure and the Blood Royal Lord's figure also disappeared completely. the world once again returned to its previous tranquility. The high priest, Lu Feng, and the emperor's son all watched the 31st prince quietly. They watched him stand up, turn around, and raise his body. They watched him burn his will and essence. Royal Lord, I am willing to fight with everything I have. I am willing to fight with everything I have. The 31st prince finally let out his battle cry. Now, he had also let go of everything and given up on everything. He definitely wanted to fight with Lu Feng. For this, he would not hesitate even if he had to sacrifice himself. Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the silhouette on the battle platform. They were beginning to tremble slightly. At the moment, there were already 3 existences facing Lu Feng who had decided to give up everything and fight with everything they had. These 3 existences were truly terrifying. Any one of them could cause space-time to collapse if they unleashed their ultimate power. Once they joined forces to fight against Lu Feng, many people believed that although they might not be able to completely suppress Lu Feng, it would be enough to defeat him. Soon, after the many existences finished looking around, they focused their attention on the other 3 existences. The Spirit King, the Celestial Demon Saint, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao. The 3 of them were the last 3 Supreme Kings, the last 3 monstrous geniuses of this epic. Their attitudes and opinions would truly decide everything. They would decide whether or not there would be a confrontation that could not be described with the word terrifying. The 3 Supreme Kings fell silent when they felt the gazes of millions upon millions of people. However, a moment later, they all laughed. It was a crazy laugh. They looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They looked at each other and laughed. It was true laughter. Finally, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao spoke. I know that you all have the same thoughts as me. You must have already understood. The Celestial Demon Saint nodded, his smile unchanged. The Spirit King's expression darkened slightly, but he eventually nodded. Everything was confirmed. Such a scene left many people slightly confused. However, at this moment, an invincible expert from a different race spoke and explained everything. So many existences have decided to participate in this battle of the kings. The 3 Supreme Kings have already decided everything in this final confrontation. If they don't want to participate, although they might not die in the end, they will definitely be eliminated by the era. This is something they can't allow. Therefore, when the Crown Prince, the High Priest, and the 31st Prince decide to participate, the 3 of them will have to participate no matter how unwilling they are. Everyone came to a sudden realization and nodded lightly. However, at this moment, there was a slightly crazed look on his face. They already knew. The final confrontation this time would involve all the Supreme Kings. It was actually a true final confrontation. Shocking, this was absolutely shocking. For any existence, this was a battle that was enough to shatter the heavens and earth. Gradually, many existences began to retreat. Their essence, energy, and spirit were also raised to the highest level. Countless forces were surging, all of them becoming a protective existence. It was as if they were the ones who were going to fight. However, no one said anything about such a situation, because at this moment, among the existences who were not moving, even the terrifying experts at the Heavenly God Realm were doing the same thing. Previously, when these Supreme Kings collided, the extreme power produced by the collision had already amazed the heavenly gods. Now, when all of them had entered the ultimate moment and used all of their supreme techniques, the power that was produced was definitely something that even sky gods would have to be careful of. Therefore, they were all defending. Looking at the 7 existences that were slowly evolving in the field, some of the invincible almighties let out a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with countless complex emotions. There had never been a battle like this, where countless existences risked their lives to watch. There had also never been a group of existences who were not even at the deity realm. During their final confrontation, even the heavenly gods had to be cautious and even put up a defensive attitude. These 7 people are truly unprecedented existences. This battle, this confrontation, will definitely become the greatest confrontation in the endless history of the world. If the Emperor doesn't die, then in the future, he will truly become the greatest existence in history. In the future, he will definitely surpass the human king, and not just surpass the human king with his current realm. Attention! They were really paying attention. In an instant, three strange phenomena were born in the void. These were truly invincible existences, great and peerless existences that could make the universe tremble. They were actually the illusory figures of the three supreme kings of the Divine King, the ancestor of the heavenly Tao race, the great commander of the heavenly race, and the demon emperor of the heavenly demon race. The three supreme kings of the Divine King also appeared at this final moment. They walked out from the three great clans and quietly looked at the monstrous geniuses that their clans had cultivated with all their might. In the end, they did not say anything. After a while, the three supreme kings of the Divine King's illusory figures shook slightly and finally disappeared completely. At this moment, there was nothing in the world that could stop this battle from continuing. The seven invincible geniuses had finally begun their most thorough transformation. Finally, the final battle had begun. Chapter 751. The six supreme kings had truly let go of everything. In an instant, the crown prince's figure had already disappeared. No, it couldn't be said that he had truly disappeared. Instead, he had transformed into a kind of hazy power that seemed to be a piece of sky, the true ultimate supreme technique of the Deshur lineage of the monarch race, Deshur Tian. There were too many inheritances and legends in the Deshur lineage. No one knew the reason behind this, just like no one knew the bottom line of the Deshur lineage. Legend has it that the Deshur lineage has a total of 18 supreme techniques, known as the Deshur 18 Heavens. Any one of them is an extreme and peerless killing power. They are all an interpretation of an invincible power. And among these Deshur 18 Heavens, only one is the most invincible. That is, in the current universe, there are only a few supreme techniques that can be compared to the supreme Dharma King's arrival in the Human King scripture. It is the Deshur Tian that is about to appear in front of us. The power of the Deshur Tian was too terrifying. It was already the ultimate power in the universe. At the final moment of the collision, the Crown Prince still didn't hold back anything. What he finally used was this last invincible power, bearing the pain of billions of years, sinking and wandering in torment. Now, the Crown Prince has already reached his limit, but he still chose the Deshur Tian. The Crown Prince's choice has already truly let go of everything. He has already placed life and death outside of his body. He has already ignored everything. Countless existences sucked in a breath of cold air. However, before they completely stopped sucking in cold air, in the void, more shocking fluctuations continuously appeared. The 31st Prince, in the end, still used the invincible power that appeared before. However, this time, the nether blood he transformed into didn't become a complete blood drop state. He actually turned into a flowing node, a terrifying long sword that seemed to be able to kill everything. The body of the sword was ferocious, completely soaked in the blood of the netherworld. On the long sword, the endless blood of the netherworld was flowing. The terrifying, murderous aura caused countless cracks to appear in the space and time. He gave up the inextinguishable blood battle body, gave up the immortal legend. What he chose is to integrate all the power and become his own killing existence. Compared to the 31st Prince of the past, the current him is truly terrifying, truly unparalleled. The 31st Prince of the past, after using the nether blood, became an immortal and indestructible blood existence. At that time, he was indeed much more difficult to deal with than he was now. But compared to now, he was nothing at that time. The reason for that was because at that time, he was only difficult to deal with. His strength wasn't very strong. But now it was different. It was completely different, because now it was truly extreme, truly terrifying. the nether blood of the nether blood of the netherworld completely. The 31st prince has his really D sure ton, the nether blood of the underworld. They were truly of the past D sure DTS nether. T's they dies, they their lives because they s to T's s. There were still 4 of them, and they were also monsters at the pinnacle. The spirit king shook, and his martial arts incarnation appeared once again. In the next moment, the interstellar fortress completely swallowed him. At this moment, the feeling he gave people was as if he had completely fused with it. It was as if he had become the soul of the interstellar fortress. In an instant, countless gaps appeared on the interstellar fortress. A deep light emitted from them, and they were filled with a terrifying fluctuation. It was as if what existed inside was a truly world-shaking power that could slaughter the universe. Many people understood the power system of the Tian clan. However, understanding was one thing, but they didn't understand it. Because the Tian clan was completely the power of technology. Of course, it couldn't be said to be completely the power of technology. They were the fusion of technology and martial arts into one, condensing a completely new and strange power. And the degree of terror was also abnormally extreme. No one knew what was so special about the ultimate killing power condensed by the Spirit King. However, these people could clearly feel the world-shaking fluctuations contained within the killing intent. It was the essence of a world-destroying calamity. At the same time, the Heavenly Tao Crown Prince's world-shaking killing power, the Heavenly Tao Millstone, was completely formed. This wasn't the Heavenly Tao Clan's supreme technique. Instead, it was an unparalleled supreme technique that the Heavenly Tao Crown Prince had accidentally obtained when he obtained the supreme power of the Yellow Springs. Although he didn't know where it came from, the Heavenly Tao Crown Prince could feel the invincible power contained within this killing power. In the past, he had never displayed it before. Now, this was the first time he displayed such a world-shaking, killing power. At this moment, the appearance of the Heavenly Tao Millstone caused countless existences to feel a sense of death spreading. They could clearly feel the aura of calamity contained within the Heavenly Tao Millstone. Without a doubt, such an aura was incomparably terrifying to any existence. The Heavenly Tao Crown Prince, the 31st Prince, the Spirit King, and the Emperor's Son had all completed their ultimate strengthening. On the other side, the Empyrean Demon Saint and the High Priest had also completed their strengthening. The High Priest's power was the descent of the War God's projection. He had transformed into the great War God in the distant myths and legends, the one who had dominated all wars and had never been defeated. He had fused all the power, causing turbulence and eternity to turn into a world-shaking strike. Unlike the young underworld monarch and the 31st prince, who had transformed into the underworld monarch and the underworld sovereign, the high priest transformation into the war god was just a carrier of power. He didn't choose to fuse with it at all. Therefore, such an incarnation couldn't possibly fight for a long period of time. It couldn't even summon those domains. But at the same time, without those domain-like effects, the power of its ultimate attack was incomparable. The last one to complete everything was the Empyrean Demon Saint. Without a doubt, compared to the ultimate power of the previous 5 supreme monarchs, the Empyrean Demon Saint was much more powerful. The Empyrean Demon Saint's ultimate strike was obviously more shocking. In the void, there was a terrifying demon that was filled with demonic nature. His existence was completely illusory, as if he was a terrifying killing power formed by endless demonic aura. Many existences were aware of this power, and their expressions were incomparably solemn. This was because many existences were incomparably clear about this supreme technique. This is the descent of the Demon King, one of the pinnacle supreme techniques in the universe. It's comparable to the Indra and the blood of the underworld. The descent of the Demon King. The Empyrean Demon Saint is also extremely crazy. However, if that was the case, the 31st Prince wouldn't have spent so much time to complete all of this. He was the last one to complete the condensation of the supreme technique. The reason for this was because he was even crazier. The Empyrean Demon Saint. A demon in one's body. A supreme demon. A supreme demon among demons. A saint in one's body. The saint of heaven and earth. The prophet of saints. This was the true Empyrean Demon Saint. His existence was a collection of contradictions, a condensation of opposites. His demon had finally condensed the true pinnacle supreme king, the descent of the demon king. However, his saint hadn't moved yet. If it was just a demon and he only used the power of a demon, then he wouldn't be the Empyrean Demon Saint. He would be the Empyrean Demon Crown Prince. At this final moment, how could he, the Empyrean Demon Saint, give up his most extreme contradictory power? Therefore, after the descent of the ultimate supreme demon king, a wave of pure and holy power began to spread through the void. Legend has it that the Empyrean demon race once obtained the inheritance of a civilization in an ancient battlefield. This civilization was called the Confucian era, and the cultivators within it cultivate the boundless righteous energy. Those who succeeded in their cultivation were called saints. All of them walked the path of the Holy Tao. The Empyrean demon race obtained the cultivation method of the saints from the ruins. Now it seems that the legend is true. The pure and holy power was growing and blooming. It seemed to be giving birth to an indescribable sense of holiness. This pure and holy power didn't form any strange phenomenon or materialize. Instead, it was all attached to the terrifying Demon King's body. Gradually, the terrifying Demon King, who was originally filled with the essence of endless demonic nature, began to change. He was actually contaminated by the pure and holy aura, as if he had become a great enlightened being who had walked from demonic nature to pure and holy. There was no doubt that this was a contradiction. However, it was this contradiction that was the Empyrean Demon Saint's greatest power. At this moment, his face was so pale that it became an indescribable color. The Empyrean Demon Holy Sun had poured too much into condensing this invincible killing strike. Too much, too much. The void was filled with silence, exclamations, speechlessness, and surging emotions. Countless existences looked at each other and saw the extreme emotions in each other's eyes. They knew that the true, final moment had arrived. This was the most invincible killing intent that the 6 Supreme Kings had ever condensed, the most invincible killing intent in all of history. Originally, the appearance of any one of these killing powers was enough to change everything. It was enough to make the opponent fall into complete despair and be completely suppressed in the end. However, in this place, this kind of power that shouldn't be allowed in the demigod realm, had appeared in a total of 6. Unprecedented. This was definitely an unprecedented scene. The 6 great supreme kings had finally condensed all their power. When they condensed all their power and directed it at Lu Feng, countless existences were stunned when they saw Lu Feng. Chapter 752. Everyone was dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Lu Feng, who was standing in the center of the fighting stage. A sense of loss slowly rose in their hearts. At this moment, the spectators weren't the only ones who were dumbfounded. The gods, true gods, heavenly gods, King Realm Almighties, exceptional Almighties, and even invincible Almighties were also dumbfounded. Even Lu Feng's opponents, the 6 Supreme Kings, were slightly stunned at this moment. They had already thought of all the possibilities Lu Feng could take, but when they saw Lu Feng's current appearance, they were really at a loss. They really didn't know what to do. This was because Lu Feng was actually just standing there. He actually just stood there quietly and didn't take any measures at all. Obviously, no one could accept such a scene. Lu Feng seemed to have sensed the passage of time and the terrifying fluctuations of power from those monstrous geniuses. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? No one could describe it. The first reaction anyone had when they saw Lu Feng's eyes was a kind of complicated feeling. This was an expression that was tempered with fear, faith, excitement, and madness. It was too extreme, too complicated, and too strange. Lu Feng's eyes were mixed with countless complicated expressions. He quietly looked at the opposite side, at the supreme, killing intent that had already taken shape. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by this?" Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the sky. Everyone understood that it was the Crown Prince's voice. Many existences could hear a kind of suffering in this voice. It was a kind of suffering that was painstakingly suppressed. They all knew and understood clearly. The moment Sakura took shape, the killing intent was already about to appear. However, because of Lu Feng's strange state, the Crown Prince forcibly endured everything and didn't make a move. However, everyone also understood that it was extremely difficult to maintain such a state. What they had to endure was definitely equivalent to a serious injury. Lu Feng stared quietly into the distance. He stared at the sky, the dark sword, the body of the war god, the pure demon, the heavenly Tao disk, and the interstellar fortress. He still didn't move. He didn't move at all. Lu Feng was still the same old Lu Feng, still the same old Lu Feng. The complicated look in his calm eyes became even more obvious. No one could tell what Lu Feng was thinking. Finally, Lu Feng's voice was heard when they reached the climax of their wait. "All right, let's begin. Can we start now?" They were at a loss, but in the next moment, they were filled with horror. They looked at Lu Feng, completely unable to understand what Lu Feng was thinking. Could it be that the Emperor has already understood that he is unable to fight against those terrifying, murderous forces? Has he already given up? Many people guessed. This was the only possibility they could think of. However, the moment this possibility was mentioned, countless voices of denial appeared, instantly denying everything. If that's really the case, then is he still an emperor? He has already reached this stage. He fought crazily and faced so many powerful opponents. He has never known what failure is. He has never known what giving up is. This is an emperor. This is a true emperor. How can a true emperor give up? That's definitely not the case. Everyone fell silent. They really didn't know what Lu Feng was thinking. They wanted to continue thinking, but time didn't allow it. The 6 supreme monarchs could stop for a short period of time when facing those supreme, murderous forces. However, this short period of time wouldn't last too long. Therefore, although they didn't know why Lu Feng said this, they were still shaken. They still unleashed their murderous forces. In the void was shattered. This was like the tearing of an era. This was like the collapse of an epic. The 6 supreme monarchs were only at the peak of the demigod realm. Their true realms weren't that terrifying. Even if they used this invincible power at this moment, it was only comparable to those first-level heavenly gods. However, the quality of their power was too terrifying. This was an essential power that even many invincible almighties couldn't compare to. Therefore, when they displayed this shocking power, it really seemed like the entire era had begun to collapse. The entire epic was about to be annihilated. It's completely equivalent to the annihilation of the Great Tribulation of the universe. The faces of some existences twitched continuously. After feeling the power, they couldn't help but say such words. Obviously, after hearing their words, no one could refute, although they hadn't experienced a great tribulation. But at this moment, this feeling of extinction was indeed so similar to the description of the great calamity in the legends. It was so similar, under the attention of hundreds of millions of people and the Divine King. The 6 murderous forces finally collided. They finally collided with Lu Feng. Lu Feng moved. He still moved without putting up any defense or using any secret treasures. Lu Feng moved just like that. Just like that, he slowly moved his feet. At this moment, everyone finally saw Lu Feng's eyes again. They saw that kind of complete purity. Crazy, those are crazy eyes. What pure madness, what complete madness. This is the true face of an emperor. This is the true essence of an emperor. Madness. Lu Feng's persistence is madness. Lu Feng had gone crazy. Behind him, The many existences of the human race were the same. The desolate emperor shouted crazily. He had been infected by Lu Feng. With the power of one person, he became invincible and fought against the 6 most terrifying supreme kings in history. Suppress, suppress, suppress. He knew that everyone knew that if it weren't for Lu Feng's desire to fight to his heart's content, and Lu Feng holding back too many trump cards, the 6 supreme kings wouldn't have been a match for Lu Feng even if they had been extremely cautious from the start. This was the difference in essence. Lu Feng had the Sky Destroyer. At that time, Lu Feng was simply invincible. However, he hadn't done so. What he had finally chosen was to fight. He had suppressed his strength and his peak to fight. Even though many people felt that this was foolish, that this was simply idiotic. In the eyes of the human race and the younger generation of the human race, this was Lu Feng. This was the true Emperor Lu Feng. He was an emperor who never cared about anything. He never really cared about the opinions of others, because all he saw was himself. What he followed was only his own heart. No matter what kind of existence you were, as long as I set my mind on it, even the heavens couldn't change it. This was Lu Feng, the true and pure Lu Feng. Just now, when Lu Feng had faced the 6 supreme kings silently, many people had thought that Lu Feng had already given up. However, the younger generation of the human race still believed in Lu Feng and firmly believed in Lu Feng's existence. Just like in the past, when Lu Feng had challenged the true God and been deemed a failure by the monarchs, many young people had prayed for him and firmly believed that he would return. Now it was still the same. Although Lu Feng's current performance showed that he would definitely lose, they believed that the younger generation of the human race still firmly believed in him. When they saw Lu Feng's crazed expression, this firm belief turned into faith. In their hearts, in their eyes, and in their thoughts, Lu Feng would definitely win. He would definitely win. The monarch will definitely win. The monarch will definitely win. The monarch will definitely win. Vaguely, countless voices merged together and resounded between heaven and earth. This kind of voice was truly a cry that made one's heart palpitate. This was the peak of faith that countless existences were crazily shouting for. It was as if they had heard this crazed cry, as if they had accepted the endless faith. Finally, a shocking power appeared on Lu Feng's body. This was the supreme power of the peak. This was the power of the human monarch's bloodline. Lu Feng had ignited the power of the human monarch's bloodline without any limit. He had gone crazy. Shocking, shocking, shocking. In the void, the phantom of the human monarch was unprecedentedly huge. It was an invincible figure that covered the entire universe and time. It was a body that affected the operation of the entire universe. I hate the heavens for allowing me to live in the same world as the monarch. That's the human monarch. That's the most complete phantom of the human monarch in history. The monarch, what is he thinking? Many people were shocked and puzzled. They really did not understand what Lu Feng was thinking. What exactly was Lu Feng thinking? The power of the bloodline was the supreme power of the peak. It was a supreme power that was more powerful than anything else. Lu Feng had used the power of the bloodline. There was nothing wrong with that. However, he had merely used the power of the bloodline, this supreme power of the peak, and had left all existences at a loss. They did not understand what was going on. Of course, if it was only like this, then many existences would not have felt anything. After all, the human monarch was the true first monarch since ancient times. He was the strongest monarch. It was not impossible to summon him by igniting his bloodline to kill his opponent. However, this method of summoning the human monarch could be done by anyone in the Lu family. However, it should not be done by Lu Feng. Lu Feng was the monarch. He was recognized as the strongest embryonic form in the universe. His goal had always been to surpass the primogenitor human monarch. Since that was the case, then how could Lu Feng give up other supreme powers at this final moment and choose to rely on the power of the primogenitor human monarch to complete his victory and defeat all his opponents? Therefore, the one who had used the power of the bloodline to summon the phantom of the human monarch to defeat his opponent should not be Lu Feng. Chapter 753. No one understood why Lu Feng was displaying such power. His bloodline power was indeed terrifying. However, among all the supreme powers that Lu Feng had comprehended, his bloodline power could only be considered ordinary. It could even be considered the worst. Regardless of whether it was the power of life or the power of death, they were the same as the bloodline power. They belonged to the pinnacle of supreme powers and were not inferior to the bloodline power. As Lu Feng gradually grew stronger, his power of monarch had completely transformed, becoming an existence that truly surpassed the pinnacle of supreme powers. As for the other 6 supreme powers, any one of them was an existence that surpassed or was on par with the bloodline power. However, Lu Feng had actually chosen the bloodline power. This was something that many existences could not understand or comprehend. However, the current situation did not allow them to think too much about it, because the ultimate confrontation had already arrived in front of them. The ultimate killing of the 6 supreme kings was enough to shake the will of the universe. They were the kings of the world and the emperors of the world. On the other side, Lu Feng had also given birth to one of his most terrifying killing moves. In the void, an ancient vision belonging to the human monarch appeared. It was the most complete phantom of the human monarch in history. It was the clearest existence of the human monarch. It roared softly, but it seemed to make the universe tremble. In the past, when the human monarch existed, the billions of races in the universe were suppressed endlessly. They did not have the slightest power to resist. The existence of the human monarch, even if it was just one person, was enough to suppress billions of living beings and countless powerhouses. Now, his bloodline descendant had finally summoned the pinnacle of the human monarch existence. In a trance, everyone seemed to see a surging river of time and space. It crossed the unknown and hazy, connecting the ages and eternity. Its existence was the only essence in the universe. It was the supreme ruler of the era, the human monarch, the supreme ruler that surpassed the overlords of the era. What a terrifying phantom power. What a terrifying will of the world. Is this the human monarch? Is this the unparalleled human monarch that dominated the world in the past and made the origin of the universe retreat? It has appeared. It has truly appeared. This is truly shocking. Countless existences roared madly and trembled. Among them, the humans were even more so. Human king, although it had already become a thing of the past. However, in the hearts of the human race, the human monarch was eternally unsolvable. His existence was once the ultimate faith of millions of human beings. He was where their hope was condensed. Even though the monarch was destined to surpass the human monarch in this era, this didn't stop the numerous existences of the human race from crazily worshipping the human monarch. This is the terror of the Lu family's bloodline. The densest bloodline, when used to the extreme, can summon the bloodline primogenitor. Although the bloodline progenitors aren't at their peak, their strength is still indescribable. When they first learned that Lu Feng had the densest bloodline in the history of the Lu family, many foreign race experts had wanted to kill Lu Feng at all costs. The root of all this was not only because of the terrifying aptitude and cultivation speed brought about by the densest bloodline of the human monarch, but also because of the existence of the human monarch bloodline. It allowed Lu Feng to fully activate his bloodline at the moment of despair and finally summon the imprint of the human monarch in his bloodline. Once Lu Feng reached the great success of his life and reached the peak of the divine king, or even the peak of the virtual king, the human monarch phantom that he summoned again would frighten even the overlords of the era and make them retreat. This was the reason why many foreign race experts were terrified and wanted to kill Lu Feng at all costs. However, as Lu Feng's body became more and more terrifying and he became the taboo monarch, no other race dared to do so anymore. After all, the taboo monarch's existence was fabled to be protected by the universe's origin source. Regardless of whether they could be killed, just touching it would result in punishment from the origin source. Therefore, in the days to come, very few races deliberately tried to cause trouble for Lu Feng. Until now, everyone had already forgotten their original intention of hunting down Lu Feng. They only remembered that the future leader of a human race before them was called the Emperor. He was the Emperor Lu Feng. They had really forgotten everything else. They had completely forgotten everything else. Now, when they saw the figure that seemed to cover the sky and cover the sun, the crowd finally came to a realization. They finally remembered that he also had the bloodline of the sovereign realm. He also had the densest bloodline of the sovereign realm in the history of the Lu clan. The final attack of the 6 great supreme monarchs had finally arrived. At this moment, the human monarch's figure finally walked out of the endless river of time and space. With a light step, the world shook, erased time, and shocked time and space. For the first time, his face appeared so clearly in front of the eyes of countless living beings, allowing them to see and understand him clearly. I hate the heavens for granting me the Emperor's decree to live in the same world as the monarch. The first taboo monarch, the strongest in all time. Human monarch, Liu Bei, the human monarch who had walked out of everything, truly revealed his figure. At this moment, he no longer seemed like an illusion. He seemed to have become a real existence. There was no doubt that such a scene was indescribably horrifying. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Although most people believed that the future Lu Feng would definitely surpass the human monarch, that was only the future. Right now, Lu Feng was only an ant in the eyes of those absolute apex powerhouses. His strength was almost comparable to that of a heavenly god. In the eyes of many apex powerhouses, it was just that. Moreover, Lu Feng's true realm was only at the first layer of the demigod realm. At this level, he was really an ant in the eyes of the monarch realm powerhouses. Therefore, even if Lu Feng could definitely surpass the human monarch in the future, he was still not the human monarch now. He was still unable to compare with the human monarch. The human monarch was the true first monarch in all time. Right now, the first monarch was completely walking gently, waving gently, moving gently. Everything was gentle, but what was created between heaven and earth was heavy. His slightest movement was like the condensation of time and space, actually subduing heaven and earth. Even if this was only the human monarch's figure and not his real body, just the appearance of his real body was enough to create that kind of invincible feeling. The terror of the human monarch was evident. The attack from the opposite side had arrived. At this moment, everyone seemed to see a scene that shocked the world. Lu Feng had actually fused with it. He actually chose to fuse with the human monarch's figure. He actually transformed into the human monarch Liu Bei. Such a scene was so shocking that no one could comprehend it. What is he trying to do? Monarch, is he crazy? Transforming into the human monarch. He wants to transform into the human monarch. Does he not understand? Does he not understand until now? The ones who were shocked were the powerhouses of the foreign races, the invincible powerhouses, the existence of the human race, the existence of the human race. When they saw Lu Feng's actions, they were simply unable to describe the crazy shock in their hearts. This was a kind of panic, a kind of fear, a kind of trembling. They were really scared. Trembling fluctuations appeared in the eyes of the invincible powerhouses of the foreign races. They also had an indescribable expression. These people really did not understand why Lu Feng would do this. Why would he do such a suicidal action? When one transforms into a human king, it is true that one can stir up the power of one's bloodline to a limitless degree. However, at the same time, he will lose the other powers that belong to him. The current monarch has given up on other powers and placed all his hopes on the power of the human monarch. What is he thinking? What is he trying to do? Countless people were really puzzled. Practically everyone knew that fusing with a phenomenon was equivalent to giving up on all other forms of energy and completely fusing with the energy represented by the phenomenon. Although this kind of price would increase the power of the fusion infinitely, at the same time, it also meant that he would not be able to use other powers. If Lu Feng was only a descendant of the Lu family, only a monstrous bloodline genius of the Lu family, then such a choice would be understandable. After all, the bloodline power of the human monarch of the Lu family was the pinnacle of power. In the entire era, it was one of the pinnacle powers. But Lu Feng was different. He was not just a descendant of the human monarch's bloodline. He was not just a descendant of the Lu family. His strength was not something that others could compare to. The power of the monarch, the power of the great demon, the power of the primitive immortal, and the power of destruction. These four supreme powers, which one of them was not a supreme power that surpassed the pinnacle. The power of life, the power of death, which one of them was not a supreme power comparable to the bloodline power of the human monarch. Choosing to completely fuse with the bloodline power was a joke in the eyes of many existences. It was a complete joke. However, Lu Feng really did it. He really did it under the gaze of hundreds of millions of people. In the void, the human monarch's image had already reached the pinnacle. In his eyes was an ultimate will that looked down on the world. It was a kind of glorious and brilliant spirit of a supreme being. In an instant, when Lu Feng fused with this vision, the human monarch's face actually disappeared. It was actually changing completely. In just the blink of an eye, in a millionth of a second, Lu Feng had already completed the transformation. He actually changed the human monarch's face into his own. He actually changed the existence of the bloodline power inheritance. Emperor. This is an emperor. This is the emperor we believe in. Even if I have to use the power that belongs to you, I still want to be the sovereign. I still want to be the master of myself. This is Lu Feng. This is Emperor Lu Feng. Even if it is the human monarch's bloodline, even if it is the mark of the human monarch, it still cannot suppress an emperor. The previous discussion should have already reached a conclusion. Previously, there was a discussion about whether Emperor Lu Feng had really surpassed human monarch Liu Bei. But now, the appearance of this scene had already proven it. Lu Feng, at the same level, had already surpassed his primogenitor. He had truly surpassed the primogenitor of the past, human monarch Liu Bei. He completely shattered the mark that belonged to the human monarch and replaced it with himself. This already proves that human monarchs at the same level are no match for emperors. The bloodline power was the inheritance of the human monarch. The appearance of the human monarch was only the mark that belonged to the human monarch within the bloodline power. However, at this moment, when Lu Feng chose to fuse, the mark that belonged to the human monarch completely disappeared and became Lu Feng's origin mark. This already proved that Lu Feng had truly surpassed the human monarch of the past. Chapter 754. In the sky. The pinnacle of time had replaced the existence of the human monarch and transformed into the true human monarch Lu Feng. At this moment, he had entered an unprecedented state. Although this wasn't his strongest state, it was still a supreme and terrifying state. Looking at the distance and the terrifying killing coming in an instant, Lu Feng was shaken. He was completely shaken. Roaring at the sky, Lu Feng was a human king with a different face. He was roaring at time. He was roaring at time and space. He was roaring at all challenges. Endless blood was burning. That was golden blood. That was the ultimate golden blood of the human king after the bloodline power was pushed to the limit. Lu Feng's activation had no bottom line, as if he did not know what it meant to be exhausted. The monarch power dissolved, turning into the eternal bloodline power, burning continuously. The great demonic power burned. The power of life, the power of death burned. All of them burned, burning. They also turned into invincible, eternal power. At the final moment, the destructive power also collapsed. The ultimate primitive immortal power also disappeared. 7 supreme powers. This was really the collapse of all 7 supreme powers, all of them added together. The 7 supreme powers fused together. The ultimate power was definitely comparable or even equal to the 10 supreme powers. In the fusion of all 10 supreme powers, after Lu Feng's bloodline power was completely converted, it was simply a kind of lawless state. What is the monarch trying to do? Such crazy burning of bloodline power, burning of other powers to turn into bloodline power. What is he trying to do? Has he really gone crazy? Lu Feng went crazy. This time, he really went crazy. At this moment, this was the same thought in everyone's mind, the only thought. In the past, Lu Feng fought crazily, but in essence, in the depths of his heart and soul, there was a kind of existence that was completely calm. His madness was just the madness of fighting, just a kind of manifestation of persistence to the limit. But now, he had really gone mad. He was completely and thoroughly crazy. He had already forgotten everything, forgotten the past, forgotten his own existence. He had already become a complete lunatic. The existence of the emperor prevented him from truly going crazy for once. This time, he is transformed into an eternal human king. He has shed the shackles of the great emperor. He is finally going to go completely crazy. Crazy? Lu Feng was truly crazy. At this moment, a hazy sky had already descended, instantly shattering all nothingness and suppressing the prelude of an era. That was Sakura. It was the most terrifying and extreme supreme technique in the world. It was a supreme technique that was comparable to the Supreme King's advent in the Human King scripture. The sky was pressing down. Lu Feng stood with his head held high under the firmament. His madness had been ignited, and his blood was boiling. What was he afraid of? He was not afraid of anything. He was a monarch and also a human king in the face of the suppressing sky, in the face of a sky that was several times, or even a dozen times, more terrifying than the sky of destruction. Lu Feng once again proved the nature of his madness. He actually held up the sky with both hands holding up the sky. Relying on his own strength, he forcibly lifted up the sky and shattered it. This was him, the Emperor Lu Feng, the human king Lu Feng. The mighty power directly began to shatter countless existences. Billions of creatures could clearly feel the true essence of invincible destruction contained in the sky. Vaguely, everyone could already see that on the body of the human king that Lu Feng had transformed into, golden blood was constantly splitting open. If that was all, then it was nothing. After all, everyone could clearly see that although Lu Feng, who had achieved the body of a human king, looked very miserable, his true will was still at its peak. His essence, chi, and spirit were still at the peak level. These injuries were not painful injuries at all. He could still fight and choose to ignore them. However, the real situation was not just that. Because in addition to the peerless and terrifying Sakura, the other 6 supreme kings' terrifying killing intent and the ultimate supreme power had also arrived at the same time. Their killing intent was not weaker than that of the Sakura. It belonged to the ultimate killing intent of the same level. In a hazy moment, Lu Feng's body was penetrated. It was completely penetrated. Countless golden blood directly dyed the void with the true essence of the golden color. The poignant beauty of this moment caused countless existences to be confused and tremble. Netherworld blood, Netherworld sword. That was the Netherworld blood that the 31st Prince had transformed into. That was the only killing intent that the 31st Prince had chosen to merge with, the Netherworld sword body. No matter how powerful and terrifying Lu Feng's body was at this moment. However, in front of the Netherworld sword body that had given up everything, the only outcome was to be penetrated, completely penetrated. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see a hazy shadow appear in the void of the huge and terrifying Sakura. The sky was originally formless and formless, without a body and without existence. Once the sky revealed its true form, it would be the arrival of the end of destruction. The appearance of such a shocking scene in the Sakura meant that the Emperor's son was about to push the ultimate killing power of the Sakura to the limit. Lu Feng's roar became even more terrifying. Everyone looked at the current Lu Feng and felt a kind of panic. This was not because of Lu Feng's power. What they were afraid of was not the invincible strength that Lu Feng had displayed at this moment, but the terrifying madness of Lu Feng at this moment. This kind of madness seems to have forgotten everything. Emperor, what is he thinking? What other thoughts does he have? He actually gave up everything and chose this kind of selfless madness. What made him do this? What is worth it for him to do this? No one can understand, or know why Lu Feng was doing this at this moment, why he was doing this. However, everything was really like this. In the next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. The netherworld sword body that had pierced through his chest was completely grabbed by Lu Feng's arm, causing him to freeze in midair. Countless blood sprayed out as the terrifying sword light directly cut Lu Feng's arm. It seemed that in the next moment, Lu Feng's arm would be completely cut off. However, Lu Feng did not give up, did not let go. He was still the same color as before, still the same kind of endless, terrifying madness. He was laughing like a madman. In the depths of his eyes, there was a kind of pain that came from enduring beyond the limit of obliteration. However, his appearance still belonged to that of Lu Feng with a humanoid monarch body who had been constantly going berserk. In the distance, the other four great killing powers descended and completely appeared beside Lu Feng. The high priest, who had turned into a war god, directly smashed all kinds of helplessness and shattered the limits of time and space. He directly suppressed Lu Feng in the most thorough and permanent way. The long fist arrived. If it was the Lu Feng at his peak, then he would not care about this at all. However, at this moment, he really could not, because he had been completely suppressed by Sakra's destruction and was heavily injured by the netherworld sword body. Now, he had reached his limit. The war god's fist once again pierced through Lu Feng's body. Vaguely, it seemed like it was going to explode Lu Feng's soul as well. Countless exclamations and shouts came. No one thought that the outcome would be like this, that the battle situation would be like this. Although they did not know why Lu Feng would do this, why he would choose the humanoid monarch body to complete this battle. However, they all believed in Lu Feng and firmly believed in Lu Feng's existence. They believed that Lu Feng had his own reasons for making such a choice. It was to be able to win. However, everything that happened now began to subvert their understanding. They really did not understand and began to doubt why Lu Feng made such a wrong decision previously. In the void, Lu Feng suffered an unprecedented heavy injury. He was seriously injured. His body was on the verge of collapse. Countless drops of golden blood had turned into substance. It was difficult to describe Lu Feng's incomparably miserable appearance at this moment. However, it was not over yet. It was still not over yet, because an even more powerful attack had arrived. The interstellar fortress had indeed unleashed an invincible power. Following closely behind the three supreme kings, it finally descended on Lu Feng's body. Suddenly, everyone saw it. The once majestic figure, that majestic and domineering figure, that invincible body that enjoyed billions of luxuries, had really begun to collapse at this moment. On his chest, there were traces of the netherworld sword body piercing through. It was a hole that was shattered by the war god's fist. At this moment, one of Lu Feng's arms had disintegrated. The current Lu Feng was truly starting to crumble. His appearance was so miserable that it caused despair to appear in the hearts of those who saw him. No one knew why Lu Feng had done this, just as they did not understand why Lu Feng had chosen the human monarch realm and the bloodline power as his ultimate strength. However, the misery still did not end. The moment Lu Feng was about to completely collapse, an even more intense impact arrived. The Sky Path Millstone seemed to be able to crush fate. Its power was indescribable. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived beside Lu Feng. In an instant, the terrifying power obliterated Lu Feng. This was a kind of obliteration on the spiritual level, on the willpower level, and on the spiritual level. As it gently streaked across, everyone seemed to see Lu Feng's soul being completely severed in the void. A kind of blurry and incomplete soul actually appeared. The celestial demon saint, the arrival of the demon monarch, and the sage's Confucian Tao. These were all unparalleled destruction. When these two great attacks joined forces, they were the ultimate invincible force that could destroy an era. The demon monarch saint's body was the final blow that destroyed Lu Feng. The moment he appeared, Lu Feng's body was sent flying backwards. He finally slid into the void and fell to the ground. Chapter 755. Fall down, fall down, fall down, fall down. No, how could he fall down? How could I fall down like this? Lu Feng's roar shook the heavens and shook space and time. How could I fail? I'm the emperor, although I'm controlling the power of the human king. The essence of my soul is still my soul. It's still the soul of Emperor Lu Feng. I can't fail. I won't fail. I won't allow failure. Under the gazes of hundreds of millions of people, the badly damaged body trembled endlessly before it once again erupted with a truly shocking and invincible radiance. At this moment, on Lu Feng's arm, that fist that seemed like it was about to be cut apart blossomed with a dazzling and shocking brilliance. In a daze, the netherworld sword that pierced through his chest was pulled out by Lu Feng and grabbed under his arm. Kill! With a world-shaking roar, blood suddenly appeared. Lu Feng's toss had sent the netherworld sword body flying far away. In an instant, the distant void was smashed, and that area turned into nothingness. Such a blow, such a collision, was no less terrifying than the death of a peak true god. Countless living beings exclaimed in amazement. The human race went crazy, completely crazy. At this moment, even those peerless powerhouses were trembling endlessly. In their eyes, a dazzling brilliance appeared. They knew that this was the real emperor. This was the eternal and invincible emperor in their hearts. The emperor is invincible. Invincible. The emperor is invincible. He, Emperor Lu Feng, is invincible forever. Countless cries, true tremors, ignited the endless world. Lu Feng's blood began to boil. Many existences knew and understood that this was the boiling of his blood. Lu Feng wanted to boil all of his blood, condense it, and turn it into eternal power. He no longer cared about his own life and death. He no longer cared about the existence of his body. In order to fight, he was willing to burn all of his blood and everything. He was Emperor Lu Feng, the invincible emperor. In an instant, Lu Feng reappeared. This broken body did not slow down Lu Feng's pace in the slightest, nor did it reduce his battle prowess in the slightest. The terrifying fist appeared once again. Although his willpower fist had been broken, although his chest had been pierced, although his blood had evaporated, Lu Feng could still fight. Throw a punch? Lost a fist? Nothing. I still have another one. I can continue to wield it. I can still continue to fight. The emperor's figure was actually beginning to affect the human king's phantom. Lu Feng's emperor's will had already reached its limit. Even the final imprint of the human monarch could no longer be preserved. It was actually about to be completely transformed by Lu Feng, becoming completely incorporeal. In the end, Lu Feng's fist still struck out. At this moment, everyone could see it clearly. Even those geniuses and monsters who had yet to reach the deity realm, and even ordinary people could see it clearly. However, seeing was seeing it. So what? Then what could they do? Lu Feng wanted everyone to see him as an upright and invincible figure. One punch. That was a horrifying punch, a punch that smelted everything. In front of him was the war god, who had seen everything clearly. He had seen Lu Feng's fist moving and killing trajectory. However, the war god, the high priest, discovered to his dismay that he could not dodge at all. He could not dodge at all. Space-time law. This is one of the three ultimate laws, space-time law. The emperor is truly beginning to come into contact with the domain of the deity realm. Countless people had already turned pale with shock. Lu Feng had actually begun to come into contact with the existence of laws at such a time. What he was coming into contact with now was one of the three ultimate laws of the monarch Tao, space-time law. This was simply an indescribable existence. The human monarch only began to truly come into contact with it after he became a deity. Even a monstrous genius like his father, Lu Tao, only began to come into contact with it when he was a true god. However, the emperor is actually coming into contact with it at such a level. He is now only a first-tier demigod. Only a first-tier demigod. A first-tier demigod who had begun to come into contact with the existence of laws. This was simply outrageous. However, their shock and amazement did not stop Lu Feng's movements. This was because at this moment, Lu Feng's fist, which was condensed with laws, really appeared. Die! Lu Feng's roar once again affected the operation of space-time and the transformation of heaven and earth. Filled with an indomitable will, filled with a fearless fear of death, and filled with the invincible belief of eternal supremacy, Lu Feng's fist was unleashed. The god of war condensed by the high priest's final strength, belonged to the mythical invincible god of war. He had only appeared for a short period of time, but this short period of time completely proved one point. After he appeared, he was an invincible existence. He was an invincible existence that the underworld monarch and the underworld monarch could not compare to. However, at this moment, the ultimate existence, the god of war, was actually sent flying. He was actually sent flying by Lu Feng's crazy attack. Lu Feng did not stop. At this moment, he was like a supreme god who controlled space-time. His will was the will of time and space. At the moment Lu Feng's shocking rise, other existences could only watch and do nothing. They couldn't do anything at all, not even the slightest bit. Lu Feng's blood had been burned to the limit, but Lu Feng did not care at all. He did not even see it. Die! Die! When the third word die was shouted, heaven and earth collapsed. The heavenly Tao millstone shattered endlessly, as if Lu Feng had turned it into nothingness. Space-time collapsed. When the fourth word die appeared, the void trembled, and the jade universe became clear. The sakura shook, almost transparent. The void and the sky collapsed. When the fifth word die sounded, it was horrifying. The holy demons were abnormal, everywhere shattered, almost collapsing. The holy path and demonic path collapsed. The sixth word die swayed. On the distant shore, the interstellar fortresses seemed to be lacking. The technology of martial arts collapsed. This was the Emperor Lu Feng's unparalleled majesty. Controlling the power of space-time, he actually unleashed 6 world-shaking forces in an instant, killing the universe and the collapse of an era. Shocking, truly and thoroughly shocked, truly and completely a loss. Countless existences were completely unable to describe the endless turmoil in their hearts at this moment. They really did not understand. They really could not figure it out. Just a moment ago, Lu Feng was completely suppressed and did not have any power to fight back. How did he manage to complete such a shocking reversal in just a moment? He actually reached the limit of shock and actually unleashed 6 world-shattering killer moves, almost instantly suppressing the 6 supreme kings. Floating quietly in mid-air, Lu Feng seemed to have entered a brand new realm. In this space-time, he was the only one who lived. Whether it was time, space, the reincarnation of the universe, the fate of heaven and earth, all existences had to submit to his greatness and be completely controlled by him. Countless existences of the human race had already gone crazy to the extreme. They knew, they understood. This was their monarch. This was the monarch who had fought countless battles and never knew what failure was. However, as hundreds of millions of people were cheering and trembling, the many invincible almighties in the field sighed slightly. Their sighs were filled with regret. Although the Emperor is the opponent of our race's monstrous genius, I still can't help but sigh when this moment comes. I still can't help but feel regret. This was really a kind of regret. Lu Feng's greatness had almost exceeded the limits of his race. He represented a kind of miracle, a kind of supreme Tao that had reached the peak. As long as he was alive, he would be a kind of legend, a living faith, a living God. God, faith, totems. How could he fail? How could he fail? However, the real result now was that the Emperor had failed. The Emperor has failed. The voice of an invincible almighty echoed clearly in the ears of hundreds of millions of living beings. Although the voice was so indifferent, everyone could hear the faint joy, the faint regret, the faint relief, and the faint fear in it. In an instant, the world became completely silent. Nobody was able to say a word. They could only look at each other and wonder what they had just heard. Finally, after a long period of silence, the voice was heard again. The Emperor has already done a very terrifying thing. Unfortunately, he still took the wrong step in the end. In the end, he still made the wrong choice. If he hadn't chosen the power of the bloodline as his ultimate strength, he wouldn't have failed. He might have even succeeded. The Emperor has been too arrogant and overconfident from the start. Therefore, he still failed in the end. Silence. Countless invincible almighties were silent. Their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. They should have felt a sense of bliss when they saw the collapse of such a sacred site. However, when this moment really arrived, what they felt was a kind of emptiness in their hearts, as well as a kind of contradictory feeling in their hearts. If even this kind of faith had failed, then what kind of faith would there be in the future? In the beginning, Lu Feng had the supreme power of the 7 great kings. He had 2 souls, so he could easily suppress any opponent. However, he chose to clash with all of them. This was the Emperor's arrogance and the root of his failure. Later, when he faced the 6 paramount kings, he could have defeated them one by one. But instead, he provoked them over and over again. Over and over again, he let them do as they pleased. In the end, the 6 paramount kings joined forces. This was the Emperor's arrogance and the root of his failure. Then, the 6 supreme monarchs finally joined forces. He used his 2 souls, so there was still a chance for him to suppress them and win. However, he still gave up. He only chose to use his own martial path power. At the very last moment, when his power was completely exhausted, he finally used his 2 souls to suppress them. This was the Emperor's arrogance and the root of his failure. Now, he is still like this. He has already comprehended space-time nomological laws and can already use space-time power. However, he still hasn't. He gave up on other supreme powers that were even more powerful, but chose the weakest bloodline power as the final collision power. In fact, when he first collided, he didn't even use any laws at all. This was the Emperor's arrogance and the root of his failure. Originally, Lu Feng could have won. He had had countless chances to win before. However, in the end, Lu Feng had given up one by one. He had let go of everything. Every time, he chose the most difficult path. Every time, he chose the most unfavorable test for him. This was just as the invincible Almighty had said. This was the Emperor's arrogance and the root of his failure. His excessive arrogance is the root of his failure. The 6 killings just now were the last of his strength. In order to achieve this, he even exhausted all of his strength. He even completely burned his bloodline power. Chapter 756. When the last sentence was uttered, the entire world was in a daze. Countless people looked at each other and stared blankly at the figure in the void. They were really in a daze. He burned his bloodline power completely. The Emperor actually burned all of his bloodline power for one final attack. He had burned all of his bloodline power. Even his life and even the bloodline imprint in his soul had all been burned. The price he had to pay was far too great. No one understood why Lu Feng did this. They really couldn't understand. Even the invincible almighties felt the same way. They were also filled with endless confusion at the moment, at the peak of endless eras, in the eternally existing region, in the mysterious place that existed beyond time and space. It existed in any region, but had already transcended time and space. Two silhouettes walked out quietly. They had seen everything that had happened on the fighting platform. These two existences were truly incomparably great existences. They were the supreme existences in the current universe. They were the clan leader of the sacred clan, the Star Lord of the current generation, and the supreme beings of the other path. Lu Feng also knew the other one. He was the alliance leader of the Alchemy Masters Alliance, known as the Sacred Alchemy Master Rome. Of course, his real title should be the Region Sacred Alchemy Master. He was a truly legendary, supreme genius of the alchemy division tens of thousands of years ago. These two were the true supreme beings of the Divine King. There is almost no secret in the entire universe that could be hidden from them. Therefore, billions of living beings were puzzled by Lu Feng's actions. Countless experts were confused by Lu Feng's actions. However, the two of them understood what was going on. They completely understood. Silence. There was a silent tremor between the two of them. After a long time, the Star Lord's voice slowly rang out. The region's sacred alchemy master, the former human monarch, was this crazy and heaven-defying. The Star Lord had only become a supreme being of the other path in the recent era. 5,000 years ago, during the era of the human monarch, he hadn't been born yet. Therefore, the Star Lord didn't know much about the human monarch. However, he knew that the region's sacred alchemy master in front of him should know. This was because he was a legendary figure in the Tao of Alchemy Division tens of thousands of years ago. Upon hearing the Star Master's words, the realm's sacred alchemy master's empty eyes trembled slightly. Time completely froze at this moment. This was the true space-time law. Perhaps this had surpassed the limits of the laws of space and time. This was a world of space and time. The Divine King had created his own perfect world. In this world, all magical laws would be pushed to the limit and become the essence of the world. Obviously, the realm's Saint Alchemist had already condensed a perfect world that belonged to him. He already had a perfect world origin. After all, in the domain of time, the so-called 10,000 years in a flash and an eternity in an instant all depended on the will of the domain's Saint Alchemist. Finally, the voice of the region, Saint Alchemy Master, rang out. Back then, the sovereign personage gave me a shock, a boundless shock. I watched as he was born from an ant, defying the heavens and killing the heavens to survive. He walked step by step to the supreme peak. I watched as he defied the heavens, the world, the people, and finally the Tao. In the Overlord realm of the epic, he finally took the path that only the supreme ruler could take and became an eternal ruler. The pace of the human king is a manifestation of the progress of a miracle. His existence shocked me, a shock that stunned me. It made me think that he was the greatest existence since ancient times, that he was the future, the great leader that could reshape our epic into the primordial, immortal, and devil era. Upon hearing this, the Star Master nodded slightly. He knew that everything was right. A mortal monarch, regardless of the time and place, was not something that could be compared to, nor could it be described with words. The sovereign personage's existence had already surpassed the limits of the era. Everyone believed that even if the sovereign personage was placed in the primordial immortal demon era, he would still be the most brilliant and invincible expert. The sovereign personage would still be the most eternal supreme existence. Therefore, no matter how many words were used to describe the sovereign personage, there was nothing wrong. However, in the next moment, the Star Master spoke again. Then, what about the sovereign personage? What about your perception of the sovereign personage? Do you think that the sovereign personage can really surpass the sovereign personage in the future? Hearing this, the Realm St. Pill Master lowered his head. It was the first time that he lowered his head. He seemed to be thinking about something. Obviously, the Star Lord was slightly shocked by the scene. He never thought that a mere evaluation of a person could make the Realm St. Pill Master, a true supreme being, ponder. This was indeed shocking. After a long time, the Realm St. Pill Master finally raised his head slowly. At this moment, in his hollow eyes, there seemed to be an anomaly of time and space that had undergone all kinds of changes. Vaguely, there seemed to be endless power flowing in his eyes. There was an eternal fluctuation that was evolving. His voice appeared. I can't see through the future of the sovereign personage. The Star Master was silent, completely silent. Indeed, no existence could see through the future of the sovereign personage. He once contacted the supreme existence of the human race, but the result he got was that Lu Feng's existence could not even be shown in the painting of the Heavenly Tao. The painting of the Heavenly Tao, although it was only an artifact that appeared in this era, although its grade was only at the 11th grade, its existence could not be judged arbitrarily by its grade. It could be said that the painting of the Heavenly Tao was terrifying, and its ability to foresee the future was absolutely incomparable to any other artifact in history. It might not be a big deal if it was condensed by more than 10 supreme beings of the human race's divine king. Because in other eras, not to mention 15 supreme beings, even 150 supreme beings would be able to condense the painting of the Heavenly Tao. However, the painting of the Heavenly Tao was different, because those who participated in the condensation of the painting of the Heavenly Tao were absolutely the most terrifying existences. The first divine king, the sovereign divine king, the sovereign personage, and so on. The strongest experts belonged to the supreme dominator. This was something that no other era could compare to. During this period, there were also temporal overlords and even the sovereign divine king. Although the divine king was only at the second level of the temporal overlord realm, his combat strength was comparable to the overlords of the eras. It could be said that because the painting of the Heavenly Tao was condensed by these invincible geniuses of the human race, in a certain aspect, even the legendary 12th level divine objects could not compare to it. This was terror. This was astonishment. However, such a shocking existence, which was comparable to a peak 12th grade weapon, could not even deduce the slightest trace of Lu Feng's imprint. This already proved something. Therefore, the Star Master was not surprised at all when the Realm Saint Alchemy Master said that he could not predict Lu Feng's future. After a moment of silence, the Star Master's eyes were unfocused as he looked at the outside world. The sovereign personage seemed to be gradually losing his breath of life. After a long sigh, he asked the Realm Saint Alchemy Master again. So, what do you think? He did not want to make a prediction, but to ask the Realm Saint Alchemy Master what he thought this time, the Realm Saint Alchemy Master did not have much time to think. He also looked at the figure that was about to disappear and said, "Many people think highly of him. Those old fellas have high hopes for him. They think that he can surpass the sovereign personage." The Star-Lord nodded gently, because he felt the same way. However, in the next moment, the Realm Saint Alchemy Master's words stunned him. "But I don't think so." The Star Master looked at the Realm Saint Alchemy Master and did not understand why he would say such a thing. After all, Lu Feng had already shown that he had the potential to surpass the sovereign personage. Just now, he had used the power of his bloodline to reflect his true body. This already proved that he was stronger than the sovereign personage of the same realm. This was already a foregone conclusion. Sovereign Lu Feng had truly surpassed the sovereign personage ancestor. This was already recognized by the world. However, at this moment, the Realm Saint Alchemy Master said such a thing. This really puzzled the Star Master. Looking at the Star Master's puzzled expression, the Realm Saint Alchemy Master smiled. It was an extremely mysterious and complicated smile. "I know you are very puzzled. However, this is really how I feel from the bottom of my heart." In his eyes, there was only Lu Feng in the distance. There was only Lu Feng who had already sunk. His bloodline had completely disappeared, and his breath of life was gradually fading. I said it before. When I first saw the sovereign personage, I was completely shocked. Completely shocked from my soul to my body. His path of defying the heavens was completely the evolution of a miracle. However, when I saw the sovereign personage, I had a different feeling. Can you guess? It was absolutely impossible to guess the inner thoughts of an ancient sovereign. However, at this moment, the Star Master fell silent. This was because he had already guessed it. With a soft sigh, the Star Master looked at Lu Feng again with an indescribable expression and exhaled the breath that had been suppressed for a long time. It's fear, right? Fear. They were really afraid of Lu Feng's existence. This was because the Star Master was the same. The feeling that Lu Feng gave them was no longer just shock. It could no longer be described as that kind of trembling. Everything that he had done had given many existences the feeling of fear. The sovereign personage was really terrifying. The realm's Saint Alchemy Master nodded gently. The sovereign personage's existence, no matter how you look at it, has surpassed his ancestor, the sovereign personage. His existence, his defying the heavens, has surpassed everything that the sovereign personage once had. It can be said to be the birth of a miracle. When we saw him walk step by step to this level, what we felt was not the shock that surpassed the miracle of the sovereign personage, but a kind of horror that surpassed shock. We feel fear from the bottom of our hearts about what the sovereign personage has done this time. It is because of this fear that I am really not sure if the sovereign personage can surpass the sovereign personage, and if he can really reach that step. The Star Master nodded gently. He finally understood the meaning of the realm Saint Alchemy Master's words. Yes, the sovereign personage's way of doing things is different from the sovereign personage of the past. The existence of the sovereign personage can be found completely according to a pattern. Although his way of doing things is powerful and shocking, it has always followed a pattern. However, the sovereign personage is different. He is completely different. His way of doing things is simply to break the rules. One after another, he has never followed a normal way of thinking. He has always been moving forward according to his own will. We really don't know why the sovereign personage put himself in such a dangerous situation again and again, and let himself walk on the edge of life and death time and time again. By doing so, although his strength has made unprecedented progress in an extremely short period of time, at the same time, the degree of danger he is in is constantly increasing. The Star Master nodded gently. He had also thought of this point. Although the extremely dangerous environment would bring about an incomparably terrifying breakthrough, Lu Feng's aptitude, Lu Feng's mind and soul were there. At most, he would waste a little bit of time, that's all, saving a little bit of time in exchange for a huge threat. In the hearts of many existences, this was not worth it. It was completely unbalanced. However, Lu Feng really did it. It was puzzling and terrifying. This kind of sovereign personage is too terrifying. We simply don't know what his bottom line is. I don't know if there will be a day when he will even provoke the origin of the universe. I don't know if such a crazy and terrifying person like him will be able to overcome all obstacles. Will he be able to continue to live? This was the true meaning of a realm Saint Alchemy Master. This was why the realm Saint Alchemy Master didn't know if Lu Feng could surpass the sovereign personage. This was because he didn't know if Lu Feng could really live until that day. The two existences quietly looked at the figure before them. Their expressions were incomparably strange when they saw that there was finally no longer any signs of life. This time, it is the same. In order to break the shackles, he actually chose such an extreme method. You have to know that given enough time, it would be easy for him to break all the shackles. However, he chose to use the most thorough and violent method. Is this really the right thing to do? Chapter 757. Was that really the right thing to do? It couldn't be right. That was really not the right thing to do. Many people finally had the same thought. This was the only thought in their minds. They were questioning the existence of the Emperor. In the distance, the towering figure in the center of the battle platform came to a complete halt after the 6 supreme monarchs were repelled by the 6-path murderous slashes. The aura of life on his body was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, it was completely extinguished. The Emperor? Has he fallen? Countless people exchanged glances in a daze. This was the only thought in their minds at the moment. However, they didn't dare. They really didn't dare to have such thoughts. After all, everything that had happened was too unimaginable. They couldn't believe it. The Emperor has really died? Can the Emperor really die? They continued to stare at each other in silence. An atmosphere of endless silence spread, making the entire time seem to freeze and fill the air with an oppressive atmosphere. The six supreme monarchs were still in their ultimate state and were still in the state of using their supreme techniques. Previously, they had been defeated by Lu Feng. However, at that time, Lu Feng's power had been limited. It had been completely impossible for him to crush them completely. Therefore, the injuries they had suffered had been limited and their invincible combat strength had not been damaged. Therefore, at this moment, the six supreme monarchs, who had turned into invincible forces, were quietly waiting in a distant place. Finally, under the gaze of hundreds of millions of people, Lu Feng's power gradually disappeared and was completely extinguished. His bloodline seemed to have completely dried up. No matter how powerful those almighties were, they couldn't see a trace of blood in Lu Feng's body. They knew that Lu Feng had completely evaporated his blood and dried it up. In order to be able to fight the final battle, he had used up all his bloodline and power. He had completely ignited it. This can't be real. After a long time, a true god finally spoke up. He was the true god of the serene blood race. However, when he saw that Lu Feng might have perished, he actually felt a little lost and even a little sorrowful. This is faith. Lu Feng had always been the only faith among the humankind. However, no one would have thought that although he was an existence that countless people wanted to kill and fight against among the other races, he was still an existence that many people wanted to kill. But his greatness had already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Their worship of Lu Feng sometimes even exceeded the limits of their race. This was something that could not be changed. Therefore, when they saw the scene of Lu Feng's death, they felt a sense of emptiness in their hearts. It was as if their faith had collapsed. Countless existences lowered their heads in silence. They already knew that Lu Feng's failure this time, and even his possible death this time, was his own fault. However, in their hearts, Lu Feng was still a great and unparalleled existence. He had died just like that. How could countless living beings accept this? The emperors have all failed. They have all perished. Will there still be any faith left in the future? What will we use to resist the ultimate calamity in the future? Lu Feng had already become a symbol of the times. When he perished, countless living beings were completely at a loss. Cousin-in-law. Cousin said it before. He said that no matter what, we must believe in him. You must believe in cousin. You must believe in cousin. On the capital administrative planet, Lulu's eyes were already blurred by tears. Her heart was in so much pain. At this moment, she truly felt that everything in her heart, including the sky in her heart, had completely collapsed. At this moment, it had completely turned into ruins. This was a kind of heart-wrenching pain that even her soul couldn't bear. However, she knew that Lulu knew that the one suffering the most right now wasn't her, but Shitamashin gently hugged Lulu. However, her expression was so strange that it was indescribable. Her expression was calm, indescribably calm. It could even be described as tranquil. This didn't seem like an expression of pain at all. Shimu Shuyen's eyes were fixed on the calm scene and the incomparably calm figure in it. The world had become extremely quiet. Even the heartbeats of those ordinary existences were very obvious at this moment. It was even as ear-piercing as thunder. This was truly an indescribable level of silence. This time, the number of people who came to watch the final battle reached an astonishing number of trillions of living beings. However, trillions of living beings caused this space-time to be so quiet. Everything was so strange. Perhaps many people thought that everything would end like this. In the end, everything would end like this. Perhaps not a lot of people, but almost everyone thought so. However, at the final moment, a voice slowly rang out. The emperors are still the emperors in the end. The voice reverberated throughout the world. At this moment, a terrifying wave of energy spread out. Everyone felt this terrifying power and instantly focused their attention on it. They finally saw the direction of the voice in the distance. the place where the terrifying wave of energy was born. That was the direction of Sakura. Heaven's image was beginning to take shape in the void. No one could explain what sky was, just like no one could describe it. However, at this moment, DZ was showing the billions of living beings what sky was, what Sakura was. Boundless, formless, and formless. However, sky's essence, sky's true form, was all kinds of forms, all kinds of appearances. His existence actually didn't require any existence. Therefore, this Sakura instantly evolved into countless different appearances, and in the eyes of different people, he displayed different appearances. In an instant, the most terrifying power began to sublimate. DZ is actually undergoing an extreme sublimation. The final battle of the kings is about to appear. This time, the emperor has already fallen. What's left is the battle of the 6 supreme kings. This will be the ultimate confrontation and competition between the 6 supreme kings. Although Liu Fang's fall had filled many people with complicated feelings, they still put down all of their thoughts. However, they had to let go of everything that had happened before, because what was happening now was also an earth-shattering collision. Although it might not be comparable to the unsolvable collision between Liu Feng and the 6 supreme kings, for many people, such a battle was also something they might not be able to see in this lifetime. Therefore, they temporarily put down their previous thoughts and the emptiness and decadence caused by the fall of their emperor. They finally wholeheartedly focused on the battle before them. At the moment when Sakura's power slowly began to rise to the limit, a second voice resounded in the void. The emperor is worthy of his name. The second voice came from the body of a mighty giant. This giant was called the God of War. He was the incarnation of the high priest from before. Slowly, the body of the God of War began to repair itself. Gradually, the face of the God of War began to blur. Many people who understood what was going on sucked in a breath of cold air. Because the God of War's current performance was called disintegration. This was the sign that the war god was burning all of his power to become the one and only eternal, the sign of the eternal strike. At this moment, countless people understood that the high priest was about to unleash his final attack. Emperor, it is a great tragedy to be born in the same era as you. However, it is also a great honor to be able to fight against you. 2 voices rang out. The netherworld sword body trembled and turned into boundless blood, transforming into the only drop of blood in the world. It was the same as before, the same as before. However, others knew that it wasn't the same because the power contained within was completely different. This time, the netherworld blood contained a terrifying, killing intent that could shake the world. It was an extremely condensed power that couldn't be described as lawless. Perhaps this was the true portrayal of a true existence that defied the world. The 31st Prince has already given up all hope of survival. This time, if the nether blood is broken, then his body will definitely be smashed into pieces, completely smashed into smithereens. The existences of the Netherworld blood tribe understood that the 31st Prince had truly reached the limit of his life. It was also a kind of crazy state. He had already forgotten everything. He wanted to use all of his power to unleash the most terrifying attack possible. The Sky Demon Saint's voice rang out at the same time as the 31st Prince's voice. The moment his voice rang out, the Sky Demon Saint also gathered his most terrifying power. The Demon King's descent and the Confucian sacred image fused together in an instant. This time, the sacred body of the demonic Tao was filled with an extreme feeling. He was completely the Demon King of Death. However, his appearance and the feeling he gave others was that of a Confucian sage. This kind of twisted feeling was hard for the soul to accept. Emperor, this is the last time. No matter what, let go this time. What we want is the final clash. Such a shocking battle, such unprecedented glory, shouldn't end so gloomily. Let us have a truly world-shaking battle. The Battle of the Kings was started by the 2 of us. Similarly, it should also be started by the 2 of us, the end, the Spirit King's voice rang out as he unleashed his most powerful attack. Meanwhile, his words left countless creatures stupefied, incomparably at a loss. However, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao's next words shocked billions of beings. They all fell silent and focused their attention in one direction. Chapter 758. The Emperor is not dead. The Emperor is not dead. The Emperor is not dead. Countless people looked at Lu Feng's position and looked at Lu Feng's direction. They could no longer describe the emotions they felt at this moment. If this was the first sentence, then when the Crown Prince said those words before, the crowd would only think that they were praising the Emperor and showing respect to Lu Feng. However, as more and more existences were shaken and their words continued to be heard, many people began to understand, and to be shocked. They had already thought of it. They had thought of the only possibility, the only truth of his existence. That was, the Emperor is not dead. As if to respond to the thoughts of countless existences, as if to prove his eternal glory, Lu Feng's mottled body, which seemed to have been completely destroyed, was shaken at this moment. There was no blood left in his body. However, in the next moment, Lu Feng with the man-monarch body made a shocking move. He actually punched his own heart. He was going to commit suicide. Countless tremors. No one could stop it, and no one would stop it, because what the Emperor decided could not be changed. Moreover, they did not know why Lu Feng did this. Under the punch, everyone could vaguely see it clearly. They saw that Lu Feng's heart had been completely shattered. They could see that the last moment of his heart's destruction, the last drop of blood flowing in his heart. This was an endlessly mysterious space-time. This was the center of the universe, but it was in a region that had never been known before. This was the eternal temple, the condensation of time. In the endless mystery of the temple, which was formed by the entanglement of the laws, he walked out. He still had that devilish face, and he still had that unnoticeable appearance. He walked gently, stepping on the dust of history, stepping on the fragments of reincarnation. He was the invincible era. He was the eternal supreme. There was no profoundness in his eyes. There was no difference between his eyes and those of the most ordinary people. He looked into the distance. His eyes were completely calm, but they seemed to be able to see through everything. He did not hide his emotions, nor did he hide his thoughts. Looking into the distance, his eyes were filled with gratification, pride, and shock. 5,000 years. Such an existence has finally emerged from the bloodline of our descendants. Qing, did you see that, beside the man, a coffin condensed from endless laws appeared and quietly floated in the air? The man's eyes became so gentle at this moment, as if they could melt 100 billion years of ice and ignite all silence. He extended his hand and waved it gently. At that moment, a blurry image appeared in the void before him. In the next moment, the blurry image solidified and became clear. The existence in the image was Lu Feng, and his movements were frozen at the moment when his fist shattered the heart. Looking at Lu Feng on the screen, the man smiled. Emperor Lu Feng, not bad at all. Who would have thought that such a heaven-defying existence like you would appear among my children? The man's voice was so calm. However, there was an obvious sense of pride in his voice. In the past, they had placed high hopes on me, but in the end I failed. In the end, I was defeated by myself. The eternal hope of billions of living beings. I have failed them. Then this time, I will have to trouble you. I will have to trouble you. My descendants. The man's white robe was dyed white as the sun and snow. He addressed Lu Feng as his son, and he was called Liu Bei. His title was Human King. In the void, the moment he completed all his actions, everyone heard it. That was a sound that resounded in the hearts of billions of living beings. It was a sound that they could not ignore. It was incomparably clear, strangely clear. That was the sound of shackles shattering. That is, what is it that shattered? Everyone turned around and looked at each other with endless doubts. All of them were at a loss. What shattered? The sound was so clear, so obvious. Something had indeed shattered. But what was it that shattered? Countless existences could not find an answer from each other. They focused their gazes and looked in the direction of the invincible almighties within their own race. However, when they saw the expressions of those invincible almighties, they all had different expressions. They were all shocked. At this moment, those invincible almighties no longer had the previous heaviness on their faces. They also did not have any anticipation. All they had was, without exception, shock and even a kind of fear. Their gazes were all focused in the direction of the Emperor. All of them had the same shocked and fearful expression. One of them was the same. Two of them were the same. Three of them were the same. All of them were the same. The heavenly Tao race was the same. The serene blood race was the same. The war god race was the same. Similarly, all of them were the same. Suddenly, everyone seemed to have thought of something. They had already guessed that the shattering sound had truly come from that body. That body, which had been deemed dead by many existences, had once again shaken the world. However, what exactly was the shattering sound that shocked them so much? Finally, some people began to look in the direction of the invincible almighties of the human race. This seemed to be a chain reaction. In this world, more than 1 trillion existences, except for a few invincible almighties, all of them focused their gazes in front of the human race, in front of the invincible almighties of the human race. At this moment, they saw the reactions of all the invincible almighties of the human race. There was a slight stagnation in his eyes. They had all seen it. They had all seen it clearly. At this moment, the eyes of the invincible almighties of the human race and the invincible almighties of the alien race were filled with shock and fear. However, in addition to that, there was also a kind of ecstasy and a kind of complicated expression in their eyes. Emperor Lu Feng, you have broken all the shackles and become the true and unique Emperor Lu Feng. In the endless space-time, there is nothing that can bind your existence anymore. Your greatness will truly illuminate billions of space-time. From now on, the human king Lu family will no longer have Lu Feng. The human king Lu family will no longer have Lu Feng. Countless existences were puzzled and stunned. They didn't understand. They really didn't understand. They were completely puzzled. The human king Lu family will no longer have Lu Feng. Could it be that the human king Lu family has already expelled Lu Feng from the Lu family? However, was this possible? Was there such a possibility? Countless people were doubtful. They were really doubtful. They didn't understand how such a thing could happen. Why would such a situation occur? However, when they saw the expression of the Lu family's grand ancestor, many existences understood that this wasn't a joke. He really made such a decision. The grand ancestor could feel the astonishment and shock of many existences. However, he didn't care about anything at this moment, because right now, he only had eyes for Lu Feng in the distance. The sound of shackles shattering was constantly expanding. The Emperor is the Emperor. From now on, he is no longer the human king Lu family's Lu Feng. He is the true and independent Lu Feng. He is the only Emperor Lu Feng. The grand ancestor's voice resounded throughout the world, causing countless existences to fall silent. Finally, an invincible expert of the human race slowly sighed and spoke with an incomparably complicated tone. He wanted to explain to the people, to the existences of the human race who didn't understand the situation. The Emperor is really no longer the Emperor of the human king Lu family, because just now, he has already given up. He has given up the bloodline of the human king. Sensation. This was definitely a sensation. This was definitely a shocking sensation. Countless existences looked at each other. They all saw the look of complete disbelief in each other's eyes. They all saw the almost lifeless look in each other's eyes. Lifeless. Whether it was the existence of the human race or the existence of the alien race, they were all completely lifeless. They really didn't dare to believe what they had just heard. They really didn't dare to believe what they had just seen. An expert asked with a slightly trembling voice, "You said that the Emperor Lu Feng has given up the bloodline of the human king Lu family?" "He has given up the bloodline power the human king's direct bloodline, the densest human king's bloodline in history. He has given up on a kind of pinnacle supreme power. How is this possible? In the face of this expert's shock, the others were incomparably silent. Naturally, they could feel the endless shock in this expert's heart, because they were the same. All along, it had always been a supreme, monstrous genius who desperately comprehended the supreme power. But now Lu Feng had actually given up the supreme power. What he had given up was the densest and most pinnacle bloodline power in history. This was really indescribable and unimaginable. This is the terror of an emperor, the brilliance of an emperor. For ordinary living beings, the existence of bloodline, especially the human king's bloodline, is the true supreme power. It is the ultimate power that they pursue for eternity. But for an emperor, it is a shackle. It is a shackle that restrains him from continuing to grow stronger and advance. Unlike ordinary people, an emperor's future is destined to surpass everything. Even his ancestor, the human king, is also a target that he must surpass. Therefore, the human king's bloodline is actually the shackle of an emperor. It is the limit that prevents him from surpassing. And for him to be able to do such a thing, to be able to use this endless battle to crush his own bloodline, it is actually not a failure, but a transcendence. It is the beginning of him becoming stronger. An emperor is an emperor. An emperor is an emperor. Even if others had thought of this point and understood this point, they probably wouldn't have done so, because for them, the power of the bloodline was too strong. No matter what, they didn't want to give up. However, Lu Feng didn't have any lingering thoughts. He had completely given up in an instant. This was Lu Feng's great wisdom, great perseverance, and great courage. Chapter 759. Lu Feng had shattered the shackles of his bloodline. To others, the existence of a bloodline was the driving force to move forward. It was the foundation of strength. However, in Lu Feng's eyes, these were all obstacles. They were complete shackles. If he wanted to move forward, if he wanted to reach the peak of strength, his bloodline had to be shattered. This time, Lu Feng was borrowing the power of the 6 great supreme kings to complete the process of shattering his bloodline at the edge of life and death. Vaguely, everyone could finally see it. Lu Feng, who had been like a corpse before, had used his fist to crush his own heart. After completely destroying the last bit of his bloodline, he had actually started to burn. Rising from the ashes, this is nirvana. This is a supreme nirvana. A supreme divine body was called a supreme divine body. When a divine body was completed, one would have to suffer endless calamities and be reborn from death. They would shed their mortal body and become a true supreme sovereign. And this transformation process was a supreme nirvana. No one would have thought that Lu Feng would actually undergo nirvana at this moment, a supreme nirvana. He was going to return to the peak and refine a supreme divine body, a first-tier demigod. When his physical body was divinized, he actually completed a heaven-defying transformation and refined a supreme divine body. An emperor. This is an emperor. This was an emperor. Lu Feng had once again created a miracle. He had created a miracle that not even the human kings of the past could do. Those who can refine a supreme divine body are all monstrous existences. They only managed to refine a supreme divine body when they were in the true God realm. However, an emperor was only a first-tier demigod. This is yet another world-shaking scene that has never been seen before. Regarding Lu Feng's ability to create such a miracle, everyone was just shocked. They would no longer be at a loss like they used to be. These people had been through so much, so they understood Lu Feng very well. They knew that anything that was impossible was possible in front of Lu Feng. In fact, it could even be confirmed. This time, the monarch has been reborn. Lu Feng was really reborn. Endless flames burned, causing Lu Feng's body to constantly melt. In the beginning, the flame was only red, but gradually, the color of the flame turned black, then white, blood red, and finally, it became a transparent light. It's the Heartless Flame. As expected, he's an emperor. The Heartless Flame was the most terrifying and extreme flame among the Nirvana flames. According to legend, it was the Nirvana flame that would only appear when one had condensed a supreme battle body. Heartless Flame, that's a flame that can burn away all filth and shackles. Its appearance has already proved how terrifying the Monarch battle physique is. Originally, the appearance of the Heartless Flame was enough to shock countless people and even drive them crazy. But at this moment, after seeing it, they no longer felt anything strange. This was because this had happened to Lu Feng. It was entirely possible that the unintentional flame had appeared on Lu Feng's body. The flames continued to burn. However, the strange thing was that they didn't burn everything into nothingness. Within the flames, Lu Feng's missing body parts were slowly recovering. They were actually making a step forward. This should have been an extremely strange scene, but it didn't make people feel shocked. After all, these people all knew about the Nirvana flame and the refining process of a supreme divine body. These flames are a kind of endless and terrifying flame that can burn millions of people. However, when condensing a supreme divine body, their function isn't to cause harm, but to make up for everything that is lacking. However, the process of making up for everything is also an extremely painful one. This was really an extreme pain, but this pain was nothing to Lu Feng. He had experienced so much. Which of the tribulations he had experienced weren't 1,000 times more painful than this? Therefore, the pain at this moment made Lu Feng unable to even sway slightly. Finally, the unintentional flame had burned to its limit. Lu Feng's body was also completely formed at this moment. He had regained the terrifying majesty of a supreme emperor. His physical body carried a kind of boundless divine power. This was true divine power. Although Lu Feng was only a first-grade demigod and still had a long way to go before he could control true divine power, because his physical body had already reached the level of a supreme divine body, it naturally carried divine power. Everyone exhaled softly. Lu Feng, who possessed divine power, will be even more terrifying. Lu Feng might not really need this kind of high-end power. After all, compared to divine power, his supreme divine power was obviously more extreme and powerful. However, divine power was still divine power. Its existence was extremely condensed. Once he possessed divine power, the amount of supreme divine power that Lu Feng could transform into would definitely be even more terrifying. This battle is too shocking. The 6 supreme emperors had already reached the limits of their lives. Their power had expanded to an unimaginable level. If it had been the Lu Feng of the past, everyone believed that he would not have been a match for them. But now it was different. Because of Lu Feng, he was even more terrifying and unparalleled. He had condensed a supreme divine body, so his combat strength had definitely increased by more than just a little. Now that he had reached the peak once again, the outcome of the battle between him and the 6 supreme emperors was really just a matter of time. Finally, Lu Feng's body had completely recovered. The unintentional flame had already slowly disappeared. Everyone's breathing stopped completely at this moment. They knew that the true final clash was about to happen. However, just as everyone was looking forward to the final clash, a shocking abnormality appeared in Lu Feng's body, causing them to be slightly stunned. What is this? What's going on? What kind of flame is this? What's wrong with being a supreme emperor? What's wrong with being a supreme emperor? Everyone looked at the current Lu Feng and really felt the urge to go crazy. They were the most unparalleled existences in the current era, the apex overlords of the universe. They understood the countless shocking secrets of the universe and the shocking abnormalities of the ancient era. However, from the beginning until now, they had repeatedly lost their composure when facing Lu Feng. They simply did not know what Lu Feng had done or what Lu Feng had experienced. When facing Lu Feng, they were really like ordinary mortals. They were so ignorant that all they could do was cry out in alarm. And now, it was the same this time. Countless people looked at the red light that had appeared around Lu Feng's body. Those terrifying flames flickered with an indescribable color in their eyes. They wanted to see clearly what exactly this thing was. However, when they focused their eyes and observed carefully, they suddenly suffered a heavy blow. In an instant, countless mouthfuls of blood spurted out, dyeing the space and time red. Horror. Once again, they were completely horrified. What the hell is this thing? A true divinity existence roared. He could feel that the heavy wound just now had actually burned away his soul. This kind of heavy blow could not be healed without a few years' time. No one could have imagined that there was such a strange thing in the world. Just looking at it could cause such a heavy blow. At this moment, an invincible almighty of the foreign race seemed to have thought of something. His face was filled with endless shock. His voice spread throughout the world at this moment. Don't use your soul to investigate. This is the flame of extinction, a calamity that occurs during the great calamity of the universe. The moment they heard this voice, countless existences frantically retreated. At this moment, they looked at Lu Feng with extreme fear in their eyes. The great calamity of the universe. Not to mention anything else, just these 5 words alone were enough to shock any existence. Even the Divine King was the same. After all, this represented the true destruction of the universe. It was a terrifying calamity that could destroy an era. Many people looked at Lu Feng and couldn't help but gasp. They really did not know what Lu Feng had done to ignite the flame of extinction that only appeared during the great calamity of the universe. In the distance, the endless flame of extinction was burning. It was pure red, the same red as the most ordinary flame of nirvana. However, the red color of the flame of extinction flickered with a terrifying soul fluctuation. It was a flame that could burn everything. It's not just physical existences. It can even burn souls, laws, karma, fate, and reincarnation. This is the true power of destruction. It's a power that can't be solved at all. Legend has it that when the Emperor condensed the embryonic form of the Supreme Battle Constitution, he once attracted the ultimate calamity, the 9 heaven stars. Now, it seems that it's true. It's really true. This is a calamity. I'm afraid the reason for its appearance is to target Lu Feng's existence. It's to destroy his ultimate battle constitution that can't be tolerated in the universe. This was a calamity. It was the most terrifying calamity born by the endless origin of the universe in order to destroy Lu Feng's supreme battle constitution. Countless existences were abnormally horrified. At this moment, these people finally knew how terrifying Lu Feng was. Just condensing the supreme divine constitution had led to the arrival of the great calamity of the universe. What if he condensed the sacred truth body? Or even a moment when he finally condensed the eternal monarch body. At that time, what kind of apocalyptic phenomenon would appear? What kind of world-shocking horror would appear? Countless existences were really horrified. The endless flame of extinction burned. The extreme pain was enough to make any existence sink into oblivion. However, amidst all of this suffering, Lu Feng had stood up. He was walking quietly in the void with the world-exterminating flame that was entwined with endless red evildoers. At this moment, Lu Feng could no longer be described with words. The world-shocking brilliance, the endless flames, and the beautiful moment. At this moment, Lu Feng was full of the invincible majesty of a peerless emperor, full of the eternal suppression of the world's will. His steps were the condensation of time and space. His movements were the evolution of a supreme. The endless flame of extinction didn't cause any damage to Lu Feng's body. Instead, it set off his unparalleled magnificence. Lu Feng seemed to be a demon that had walked out of a poem and painting. It was as if he was a peerless existence that had descended from the era. Every time he walked, he brought a kind of brilliance to the world. The world-exterminating flames around his body actually burned everything around him. Terrifying, it was simply a shocking horror. At this moment, Lu Feng was a human-shaped moving disaster. Wherever he went, disaster would follow. Finally, Lu Feng's footsteps stopped. Chapter 760. Lu Feng stood quietly in the void, allowing the world-ending flames to burn his body. However, he was completely fine, as though he hadn't suffered any injuries. His eyes were calm, incomparably calm. His entire body was in terrible pain, but Lu Feng couldn't see anything in his eyes. This was Lu Feng, someone who had gone through countless tribulations. Even though he wasn't a true peak overlord, his will was incomparable to anything else. Standing there, he was the faith of billions of living beings. He was a totem that countless living beings had to look up to. His two eyes were calmly looking forward, watching the heaven-shaking disaster that was about to happen. Lu Feng's voice was heard slowly. My condition has returned to its peak. The battle, the final clash, can begin now. His voice was indifferent. There wasn't even the slightest tremor. Clearly, such a scene had left countless existences trembling in fear and shock. They couldn't imagine that Lu Feng would be able to completely ignore the baptism of the great universal calamity. He could actually ignore the test of the great universal calamity on his body, the burning of his soul, and the torment of his willpower. He had actually withstood the endless calamity and was about to fight the final battle. Countless existences started to suck in a breath of cold air. When they had seen Lu Feng's calm eyes, they had thought that Lu Feng had calmed down. However, now it seemed that this wasn't calmness. What kind of tranquility was this? Lu Feng was still Lu Feng. He was still as crazy and terrifying as ever. This was an emperor? This was an emperor. Emperor, given your current strength, you need to resist the endless calamity. Do you still have the strength to contend with us? We are all supreme monarchs. What we condense is the pinnacle of power within this level of the universe, invincible and unparalleled. Even if you are at your peak, you will at most be on par with us. You want to clash with us during the great universal calamity. You want to clash with the six of us. Do you think you can do it? The Crown Prince's voice, the heavenly Tao Crown Prince's voice, and the High Priest's voice rang out at the same time. Their willpower continued to burn. Vaguely, they even had a slightly angry willpower. Lu Feng's actions had really angered them. If Lu Feng had said those words when he was in perfect condition, when he had completely condensed the supreme battle body, he would have been shocked. Then they would admit that they were willing to go against Lu Feng. However, the current Lu Feng was not. There was still a long way to go before he reached his peak state. Emperor, although we don't know how terrifying the calamity of the flame of extermination is, I think that since the flame of extermination belongs to the great calamity of the universe, it should be the same as the calamity of the 9 stars. It should belong to the peak of the calamity and belongs to this realm. It should be an unparalleled calamity. Under such a calamity, most of your energy will be consumed, and you will completely lose it. In that case, what possibility do you have to go against us? We can wait a little longer. We are willing to wait until you complete all the condensation and complete your supreme battle body. At that time, we will fight again. The Spirit King's voice resounded through the terrifying interstellar fortress, allowing billions of living beings to hear it clearly. In an instant, the flame of extermination around Lu Feng's body burned even more fiercely, causing Lu Feng's body to start faintly turning into nothingness. However, Lu Feng ignored everything around him. He still ignored everything. This scene clearly made the trillions of living beings around the site tremble unceasingly. Lu Feng finally smiled as he looked at the incomparably terrifying 6 great calamities in front of him. Amidst the endless flames, a smile that belonged to him bloomed. In the midst of the endless annihilation, he displayed his magnificence. This was the Emperor. His smile was so faint. Lu Feng's tone was the same. Don't you think that this kind of confrontation is more interesting? Lu Feng's words stunned everyone slightly. They didn't understand what he meant. Actually, under this endless calamity, my power is indeed limited to a certain extent. However, don't you think that in this state, I will be able to unleash even more extreme output? Only then will I be able to truly use my most invincible power and display my most terrifying state. Lu Feng's words resounded throughout the world, causing everyone to be endlessly stunned. Then, all the living beings were horrified, shocked, and frightened. Emperor, the Emperor is really crazy. How terrifying. He actually dared to say such words. He actually despises his opponents for being too weak. He actually thinks that the 6 great monarchs' ultimate attacks won't allow him to truly use his most ultimate power. He still needs the obstruction of the great calamity of the universe and the limitation of the flame of extermination. Only then can he fight to his heart's content and display his most extreme power. Lu Feng was Lu Feng. How could his pride and his insanity wither away in the slightest? In the endless void, the Starlord looked at the realm Saint Alchemy Master with eyes full of turmoil. In the end, he nodded his head gently. You're right. Such an emperor doesn't make people feel shock, but fear. We will never know what kind of decision he will make in the next moment and what kind of madness he will do. Or perhaps his madness will allow him to enter an unprecedented state, allowing him to sublimate to a lawless state. But at the same time, if he fails, as long as he fails once, he will be consigned to eternal damnation. He will completely perish. Such an emperor is truly terrifying. Lu Feng was an existence that struck fear in others. At the moment, he was interpreting the meaning of this. Lu Feng gently shook his arm, and a part of the void was scorched. Looking at the world extinguishing flames around him, Lu Feng still had that calm smile on his face. However, no one could see that in the depths of Lu Feng's eyes, there was a slight tremor hidden deep within them. Was it painful? It was painful, extremely painful. But what was this kind of pain? What could it be? Did he care? He didn't care at all. The most intense pain didn't make him remember the painful memories of the past. All the obstacles and setbacks only made him more determined and pushed him forward with indomitable will. Perhaps no one understands me. Perhaps in their eyes, in their minds, I am a madman, but they don't know why a lunatic like me is crazy. No one knew why Lu Feng was so desperate. In many people's eyes, Lu Feng would be able to develop steadily. He would be able to avoid countless disasters. At most, he would just have to spend a little more time. Back then, the human king had no choice but to defy the heavens and go against the world without any help. Everything he did was because he had no other choice. However, Lu Feng was different. He had the human race, one of the strongest overlords in the world, as his background. He had the Lu family, the #1 family in the world. He even had the Federal University and the Federation government, the most powerful force in the universe, to protect him. In the human race, he was not in any danger at all. All he needed to do was to cultivate quietly. However, he didn't do that. In a situation where there was no one to obstruct or kill him, he was still so crazy, putting himself in danger countless times, wandering between life and death countless times. He did this just to save a little time and increase his strength a little. This kind of Lu Feng was puzzling. It was really puzzling. If you don't understand, then don't understand. For the endless living beings, for everything that I've been protecting, Lu Feng, no regrets. I have no regrets. I have no regrets in my life. Therefore, I don't need anyone to understand. I only need to be clear and firm in my beliefs. I don't care about anything else. Lu Feng's heart trembled continuously. His willpower burned crazily. His previous peak was only his hope. His later peak was for survival. But now, the pinnacle was for his protection. For his protection, Lu Feng was willing to pay any price. Heaven and earth trembled. At this moment, time and space seemed to understand Lu Feng's heart. They were actually trembling along with Lu Feng's heartbeat. They were actually shaking and trembling continuously. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see Lu Feng's transformation. It was an indescribably strange transformation. Lu Feng's existence had actually strangely merged with time and space, becoming one. Looking into the distance, Lu Feng allowed the flames of destruction to burn around him. Finally, he started to ignite his craziest limit. This time, I will ignite my final craziness. After this battle, there will no longer be a battle between kings between heaven and earth. There will be no battle between kings. His voice disappeared. Lu Feng also disappeared. As of this moment, the ultimate world of heaven and earth began to boil, and the ultimate sign was born. Lu Feng did not wait for his opponents, the six supreme kings, to react because he no longer needed them. He had endured endless damage, struggled in the midst of the calamity, and displayed his greatest power. When Lu Feng showed his peak, his opponents would no longer be able to remain silent. At that time, there would be no need for any provocation or words. Just the appearance of his greatest power was enough to make billions of living beings in space and time worship him. At that moment, even if the six supreme kings did not want to, they would still have to use their greatest power. Lu Feng disappeared. He had truly disappeared completely. However, in the next moment, everyone seemed to hear a cry from the bottom of their hearts. It was a call of endless majesty. That was the eruption of the greatest power. It carries my dream of eternal life and refines my billions of moments at the pinnacle. From the endless space and time, I struggle out. From the eternal suffering, I sink into oblivion. This era belongs to me. In this era that belongs to me, I, Emperor Lu Feng, am the greatest existence. Therefore, in this era, I will wield my greatest power. My supreme technique, supremacy, supremacy, supremacy. At this moment, countless existences were horrified and shocked. Their souls had entered the deepest level of trembling. This was because they had heard it. They had really heard it. They had heard the last two words in Lu Feng's speech. They had heard the most terrifying words, supremacy. Emperor condensation, the supreme technique that belongs exclusively to him. That is a supreme technique that belongs exclusively to him. It is the most shocking power that he can display in this realm. It is the most eternal and invincible power. Supremacy. Supremacy. Galaxy supremacy. Countless existences had already started to go crazy. Up until now, Lu Feng's power had been constantly increasing. It had been shocking and creating sacred and miraculous remains. However, he had never displayed his greatest power. Now, Lu Feng had finally uttered the most terrifying word. Finally, he used his most powerful strength. He used his supreme technique. Chapter 761. Supremacy. Supremacy of supreme laws. This was Lu Feng's final act of madness. Vaguely, an indescribably terrifying power was born in the void. The river of time and space emerged, shattering all traces of ancient times. This time, there was no great emperor walking out of the river of time and space, nor was there any phenomenon of eternal incarnation. This was because the one who walked out of the river was an existence that surpassed the limits of any imagination. It was the belief and faith that belonged to billions of races and billions of time and space. It was immortal. Immortal. The dead immortal had actually appeared. Everyone stared blankly at the figure walking out of the river of time and space, forgetting to breathe or think. After a brief moment of silence, there was a frenzied uproar. Everyone had forgotten everything else. Right now, all they could see was the figure walking out of the river of time and space, the Emperor Lu Feng. Finally, he's going to appear. I know, I understand. Actually, I've already guessed it. The Emperor is going to use his ultimate power. The two invincible experts of the human race, the Northern Palace Primogenitor and the Southern Underworld Primogenitor, had frenzied expressions on their faces. Many beings of other races looked at the two of them with strange expressions. No one could understand why the two of them had such expressions on their faces. Everyone could see not only shock and madness on the faces of these two invincible almighties and the progenitors of these two clans, but even more so, they were looking forward to what was about to happen. They had no idea why the two progenitors were looking forward to it, and why they were so excited. But in the next moment, many existences came to a sudden realization, gradually understanding the situation. Their eyes were filled with a turbulent color. Looking at each other, they all thought of a rumor they had heard before. It was about the Emperor's most powerful ultimate move. Legend has it that the moment the Emperor became a divine miracle, the moment he resisted the existence of a true god, he completed a truly shocking transformation. He once used an ultimate move that caused the universe to look askance, a move that could topple an era. Now, the Emperor is finally going to use it. Finally, he's going to use that ultimate power, that ultimate move, that 1 billion mortal, 1 billion immortals, 1 billion mortals, and 1 billion immortals. When Lu Feng transformed into an immortal and walked out of the river of time and space, the existence of a human race was already aware of it. Therefore, they were in an uproar. At this moment, there was a complete and utter uproar. The 6 supreme monarchs felt a terrifying metamorphosis. They didn't say anything because they had already done it. They had already felt the terror of Lu Feng. At this moment, they no longer stopped and began to unleash their ultimate power. As an immortal in the mortal world, my ink is light and indifferent. I pick up flowers and talk softly. I smile and dye my face red. Lu Feng's posture at this moment could no longer be described as graceful. Immortals in the hearts of many were truly peerless experts. They battled against the heavens and earth, conquered the primal chaos, and created the greatest era since ancient times. They created an era and hope for the living beings of the future. All of them should be truly imposing figures. However, at this moment, when Lu Feng transformed into an immortal and walked out of the river of time and space, the feeling he gave off was indeed indescribable, surpassing the limit of elegance. His pupils were incomparably indifferent. Lu Feng was an immortal, a supreme immortal in the mortal world. He looked at everything, looked down on the common people, and refined the essence of billions of lives. At this moment, Lu Feng smiled. His smile seemed to be able to freeze time and space, and even eras had to follow him. With a light and indifferent smile, he turned them into ashes with a snap of his fingers. Lu Feng gently stretched out his finger and pointed. At this moment, the endless space in front of him shattered and turned into nothingness. In an instant, countless existences suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They had already felt it. Just now, Lu Feng's casual point was actually on par with those heavenly gods who didn't use the power of laws. It could be said that just now, after Lu Feng transformed into an immortal, that gentle point was equivalent to a heavenly god's violent strike, without using the power of laws. This was really indescribably terrifying and shocking. However, it wasn't over yet. How could it be over? The final immortal technique was called 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals. Although he couldn't use the most powerful power now, it was already extremely easy for him to use 1 mortal dust, 1 immortal. If it weren't for the existence of the endless calamity this time, if it weren't for the fact that his supreme divine body had just been condensed, then perhaps he would have tried the more terrifying and powerful move of 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals. In the distance, the 6 supreme killing techniques had finally entered the ultimate stage. Their powerful strength, even separated by endless space and time, still had the most thorough ruthlessness. Lu Feng chuckled again. In the next moment, everyone vaguely felt that a shadow was gradually emerging from Lu Feng's body. That's the second soul. That's different from the second soul of a psyche master, the second primordial spirit. That's the supreme magical power that belongs exclusively to the Emperor, dual souls. The soul that vaguely appeared began to mobilize endless power in an instant. This endless power was born from Lu Feng's body and extracted from Lu Feng's sea of consciousness. Finally, these people finally understood how terrifying Lu Feng was. They finally knew how unfathomable and shocking Lu Feng's accumulation was. This kind of accumulation is simply outrageous. This is an accumulation of power that shouldn't exist at all. Countless existences roared. They really couldn't believe what they were seeing. They couldn't believe that Lu Feng had really accumulated such a terrifying and extreme power. This level, this kind of vigorous power, had already surpassed anything. It was already enough to make those invincible almighties start to feel shocked. Endless, endless, endless. All the power was completely extracted by Lu Feng. In the next moment, a shocking vision was born in the void. The Emperor's figure appeared, roaring in the void. In the next moment, he turned into endless power and formed a hazy vision. Countless amounts of energy surged into the illusory phenomenon, and the most primitive structure began to take shape. Everyone could already see it. They could gradually see it clearly. That vision was a huge body. However, apart from those who already knew what it was, other existences were still clueless as to what it was. In another instant, Lu Feng waved his hand gently, and a second shocking vision was born. It was a giant demon, a heavenly demon, a sacred demon, a demon among demons, a demon among demons, a demon among demons, a supreme demon among demons, a demon among demons. It was a great demon. A great demon had appeared. The roar was also a roar that shook an entire era. It was also a roar that broke down and became the ultimate power. It was also beginning to fill up the blurry vision. This time, when the great demon vision was filled with endless power, it finally started to show its true form. It was also at this moment that the vision finally took shape and could be seen by most people that's actually a world. That's actually a world, the embryonic form of a world. That's it. 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals, 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals. Immortals have already appeared. What's next is 1 billion mortal dust. In the ancient era, in the eternal legends, the overlord of the Buddhist era, Shakyamuni Buddha, once condensed the ultimate supreme technique of the 3,000 mortal dust. The 3,000 mortal dust is the 3,000 worlds. The ultimate technique that the Emperor used is called 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals. Could it be that his ultimate realm is to summon 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion worlds? The 3,000 mortal dust was the supreme technique of Shakyamuni Buddha. In the ancient legends, when Shakyamuni Buddha used the 3,000 mortal dust, the ultimate supreme technique, he once summoned 3,000 worlds. With this, he almost challenged the eternal imprint of the era and almost obliterated the great calamity. Although he failed in the end, the ultimate supreme technique, the 3,000 mortal dust, was passed down forever and engraved into the imprint of the era. If Lu Feng's 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals could really summon 1 billion mortal dust, then not to mention the great calamity of the universe, even the entire universe could be completely annihilated. It was shocking, completely shocking. Countless people were shocked and completely at a loss. In the distance, while they were still in shock and bewilderment, the fifth heaven-shaking phenomenon had already appeared. It was born and transformed into a calamity of destruction. And when it also turned into power and completely fused with the world mark, the composition of the entire world had been completely completed. However, this world was still not completely complete. In the distance, the ultimate killing of the 6 supreme kings had been completely formed. They began to pour in madly and started to kill Lu Feng. In the face of this, Lu Feng turned into an immortal and just smiled gently. He seemed to never know what danger was and never knew what limits were. Looking at the 6 terrifying forces in the distance, Lu Feng finally decided not to continue. He knew that there was no time left. There was no time at all. Lu Feng exhaled softly. His eyes were filled with a turbulent color. Although it hasn't been completely condensed and reached the limit, this is already enough. What a pity. If it weren't for the existence of this calamity, I would really want to try and reach an even more powerful realm. Lu Feng didn't conceal his thoughts in the slightest. These words made countless existences tremble again. They understood that when Lu Feng used this shocking power, he still didn't need to resist the power of the destructive flames. He still needed to resist those powers. Therefore, he couldn't truly unleash his greatest power completely. But even so, he was still the most terrifying emperor in the world. That's it then. This will be enough. He finally looked into the distance at the 6 supreme monarchs who were charging at him. Chapter 762. So be it. Although it's not my most perfect attack, at this moment, it's already my ultimate power. With a single step, he appeared right in front of the 6 boundless monarchs, who were ready to unleash a deadly attack on him. At this moment, Lu Feng slowly closed his eyes. Behind him, the great vision world finally began to descend and slowly approached. In an instant, before the 6 supreme kings arrived, it had completely arrived beside Lu Feng. Finally, it still came. Lu Feng's eyes opened at this moment, erupting with a world-shocking light, erupting with a wave that made the universe tremble. In the end, he still spat out those words, the ultimate immortal technique. 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals. The mortal dust great world collapsed. The mortal dust great world that had just taken shape and transformed into the most powerful and perfect eternal world was actually completely destroyed in an instant, turning into an eternal power that would forever kill in front of it. At this moment, Lu Feng's figure also began to blur. 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals. That was the ultimate immortal technique that exhausted everything. When it reached the ultimate limit, it could even destroy the universe. Although Lu Feng's current strength was far from that ultimate realm, and even the 1 mortal dust, 1 immortal power displayed by him at this moment was not the most powerful and complete peak. However, the moment that power appeared, it was enough to destroy everything. This was a supremely terrifying killing intent that far surpassed Lu Feng's era of the monarch. In an instant, it collided. It was a complete collision. Countless existences clearly saw that collision, that annihilation, and the emergence of that terrifying scene. Sakura, that was the most powerful heaven-defying supreme technique belonging to Sakura's lineage. It was the ultimate supreme technique of the universe that was comparable to the Wang Lin of the human king scripture. However, a supreme technique was ultimately a supreme technique. It was much weaker than the Dharma outside the law. And if it was compared to the ultimate immortal technique, it was even more incalculable. Even if the 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals, was not the most complete and perfect, Sakura was truly and completely annihilated. He had completely vanished into nothingness. He had completely disappeared. In the instant of contact, everything was gone. The dumbfounded expressions of countless people could not be alleviated. They stared blankly, forgetting their own thoughts and actions. All they could do was watch. Unstoppable. At this moment, the power of the final immortal technique was completely unstoppable. In the current world, within this realm, there was nothing, not even a tiny bit of existence, that could stop him. Within the same realm, the limit was power, and there was another kind of power called surpassing the limit. However, the 1 billion mortal dust and 1 billion immortals represented the ultimate, unsurpassable immortal technique. It was the end of everything. Sakura had disappeared. Vaguely, everyone saw a dazzling light flash before it completely disappeared. However, at this moment, no one had the time to investigate this. They no longer had the time to care about this because an even more terrifying collision had occurred. War God. The High Priestess had transformed into a giant war god that reached the heavens. His face was already completely blurred. He had already reached the limit of power. Although this was only a moment of glory, but this moment of glory was enough. It was already enough. Lu Feng had transformed into a supreme mortal dust immortal. Carrying the power of a perfect world, he passed through time and space reincarnation and finally appeared in front of War God. In the past, he was a 1,000 tall giant. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter a piece of heaven and earth. Now, he was just the size of a normal person. However, the current him was even more terrifying, even more unfathomable and extreme. If he wanted to, then an era would collapse. Countless existences had truly collapsed. They had truly collapsed. At this moment, who cared about power, fate, karma, space-time law? Collapse? All of them had collapsed, completely collapsed. Lu Feng's power was already indescribably powerful. War God had collapsed the moment he came into contact with it. There was no other possibility. However, at this final moment, another supreme killing intent had also appeared. The nether blood suddenly trembled and appeared, directly attacking the Emperor's body. The heavenly Tao millstone had shattered the universe's space-time and similarly descended in front of Lu Feng at this moment. The Spirit King's killing intent, the existence of the holy demon vision, and the terror of War God. The 5 supreme killing intents had finally appeared in front of Lu Feng after Lu Feng had completely shattered Sakura. The netherworld sword body had once pierced through the giant Lu Feng's chest in an instant, completely piercing through his chest. At this moment, after becoming an even more extreme netherblood, its destructive power had increased by more than several times. But failed. He had still failed. The current Lu Feng, the Lu Feng who had condensed a supreme divine body, the Lu Feng who had become a supreme mortal dust immortal, had already reached an indescribable level of existence. How could he fail? How could he be defeated once again? The nether blood was gently grabbed by Lu Feng's arm under the gaze of billions of people. He gently twisted it and gently annihilated it, defeated, dead, after the Emperor's son. The 31st prince had been defeated. The heavenly Tao millstone had descended and was similarly grabbed by Lu Feng's arm in an instant. In the next moment, the heaven and earth had shattered and the sun and moon had collapsed. The power of world destruction had completely bloomed at this moment, causing the heaven and earth to be overshadowed. The heavenly Tao millstone that symbolized the power of heavenly Tao had similarly disappeared and was annihilated. Everyone was already unable to describe the shock in their hearts at this moment. They understood that Lu Feng's victory was already unstoppable. This time, the Battle of the Kings was already over. Sure enough, at the final moment, War God, the holy demon vision, and the destructive interstellar fortress had all fused together and turned into a single killing intent. At the final moment, they had condensed the power of Sakura, the nether blood, and the heavenly Tao millstone in the void after their annihilation. It was as though the 6 of them had poured their ultimate power into it. They wanted to thoroughly reject the Emperor in this foreign battlefield, in this medicine god territory, in front of trillions of living beings and trillions of extreme experts of the universe. Shocking. This was truly a boundless shock, a boundless uproar. The final annihilation had finally arrived. This was an ultimate annihilation that no one could compare to or imagine. This was the most brilliant annihilation of an era below the immortals. This kind of annihilation, this kind of power, they have finally surpassed it. They have completely surpassed the limit. They have actually become true sky gods. This is the domain of true sky gods, the power of sky gods. In the eyes of the virtual king, the power of a sky god was just SOSO. Unless it was a heaven-defying sky god, it was not even qualified to make them look askance. However, these people were different, because they were just sky gods who had yet to reach the immortals' level. Everyone understood and was certain that if they could really become heavenly gods in the future and step into the heavenly god domain, even if it was only the initial stage of the domain, they would become the true giants of the universe, suppressing the space-time and becoming a great faith. At that time, they would definitely not be inferior to any peerless almighty. And Emperor Lu Feng would even have the invincible power to wipe out peerless almighty at that time. Dim, space-time dimmed, the ultimate eruption of power really destroyed everything. It really caused the terrifying annihilation of space-time to collapse. At the very center of the destruction, nothing could be seen. At this moment, hundreds of virtual King Almighty attacked at the same time. They wanted to stabilize space-time. In this kind of battle, where dozens of supreme powers collided, although the degree of power was only at the level of a heavenly god, the destructive true essence contained in the battle far surpassed the limits of a heavenly god because of the supreme powers. The destructive power they wielded was not inferior to that of the virtual king. For the safety of countless creatures, hundreds of virtual King Almighty finally attacked together this time. They were worried, really worried, because even the virtual King Almighty was afraid that the confrontation between these people would really sublimate due to some mysterious reason. In the end, they would transcend all comfort and create an indescribable horror of annihilation. In an instant, the 9th grade divine object battle platform, which was comparable to a 2nd grade life planet, was completely sealed. The aftermath of the infinite collisions continued to impact, shattering the area. The 9th grade battle platform, a terrifying divine artifact that could only be damaged by an origin king, was now full of mottled marks and countless terrifying ravines. Many existences took a deep breath. In the past, it was said that 9th grade divine objects were used to build battle platforms to provide for the ultimate confrontation between these evildoers. In the eyes of many people, this was a complete waste and a joke. A group of existences who are not even gods. What qualifications do they have to use a 9th grade divine object that even the virtual King Almighty might not be able to use? But now it seems that we are too stupid and ignorant. The soft sighs were too strange and too many exclamations. The confrontation this time was definitely not something they could imagine. Although the existences they were facing were not even gods, their strength was comparable to that of a sky god. Because of the existence of the supreme power, their annihilation was even more shocking and extremely terrifying. The annihilation they formed could even collapse space-time and turn the terrifying battle platform into its current state. Now, if it was not a 9th grade divine object battle platform, then what kind of existence could withstand their annihilation? Chapter 763. The endless annihilation had already been sealed by the combined efforts of hundreds of virtual King Almighties. Within the seal, terrifying fluctuations were constantly emitted and bombarded the sealed realms constructed by the virtual King Almighties. In just an instant, 7 figures had already appeared beside these Almighties, standing quietly for a long time. There was an indescribable radiance in their eyes that flickered quietly. They seemed to be able to see through the essence of everything and understand everything in the world. These 7 people were the strongest existences among the 7 peak Overlord clans. The battle god race's great elder's expression was extremely calm. He looked at the Lu family's great ancestor beside him and sighed softly after a long time. This time, the Lu family will definitely regain its invincible glory. In the endless space and time, there will be no other force or existence that can contend with the Lu family. When he said this, it felt like he was trying to make the Lu family the target of public criticism. However, the great ancestor did not care anymore. After all, Lu Feng had won. The center of the annihilation was still surrounded by countless destructive forces. The destructive force there affected space and time, causing everyone's vision to be completely blinded. However, this did not hinder the observation of these Almighties. They could see everything clearly. Lu Feng stood quietly in the middle of the field. All the power in his body had already disappeared. The endless flames of destruction also gradually extinguished and disappeared. However, it wasn't completely extinguished. When the destructive power gradually faded away, the invincible experts discovered that the flames of destruction were once again flourishing, as if there was no end to it. When they saw this scene, many of the Almighties fell silent. They were really sighing. He forcefully withstood the great calamity of the universe and suppressed the 6 supreme kings. There was no need to say more about the final victor of the Battle of the Kings. In front of Lu Feng, In a place far away was the figure of the six paths lying in the void. Their endless injuries made them look incomparably miserable. However, the abundant life aura around them indicated that they were still alive. Lu Feng didn't find it strange that the six supreme monarchs were still alive, because all of this was within his expectations. Although they were prepared to die, they were still protected by the artifacts and even divine treasures bestowed by the various races. With those things around, as long as they didn't seek death, they wouldn't die. After all, they were different from the young Netherworld King. Back then, the young Netherworld King chose to sacrifice himself in order to prove himself. At that time, even if the Divine King were to appear, even if the Nether King returned to his peak and became the Overlord of Time, there would be nothing he could do. The six supreme monarchs were protected by the imprints left behind by the experts of the various peak overlords in their final moments. Furthermore, at the last moment, Lu Feng had deliberately restrained his killing intent. He had tried his best to control it, so that his killing intent wouldn't be too terrifying and truly obliterate these people. Lu Feng smiled when he sensed the power that was gradually disappearing in the surrounding space and time. He also sensed the unceasingly violent and terrifying power within his body. The Lu family's grand ancestor glanced at the high priest beside him without any hesitation or hypocrisy. He just chuckled and nodded his head. This time, Lu Feng's victory was too satisfying, too terrifying, and too extreme. It had been so extreme that no one could have imagined it before the clash. Before the battle, it wasn't just the various existences who thought so. Even we thought so too. We all thought that the Emperor's challenge this time was the behavior of a lunatic. Although he suppressed the young Netherworld King, the young Netherworld King simply couldn't be considered the most terrifying existence among the current era's monstrous supreme monarchs because of the time he spent cultivating. As for the Emperor, he had to expend all of his strength to finally achieve victory. Therefore, even if we overestimated the Emperor's strength, he wouldn't be too strong among the six supreme monarchs, even if he wasn't at the bottom. But, who would have thought? But who would have thought? Who would have thought that Lu Feng would actually be so terrifying and reach such a level? In the early stages of the Battle of the Kings, Lu Feng had been able to crush the 31st Prince, who was second only to the Imperial Sun, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In fact, he had been able to completely suppress the 31st Prince. It could be said that Lu Feng's strength was truly unimaginable. During the subsequent battle, Lu Feng continued to grow stronger and make breakthroughs. He was constantly terrifying. His power continued to grow as he suppressed one existence after another. In fact, he even managed to fight six supreme monarchs on his own, even though he was still holding back. This was something that had never happened before. This was something that had never happened before and would never happen again in the future. And Lu Feng had done it. His path to becoming an emperor was something that no existence could compare to and could not be doubted, because his path to becoming an emperor was truly an unsolvable path. There was no element of luck or trickery involved in this. He had truly relied on his own strength to suppress the heavens and earth and suppress the ages. The voice of the heavenly race's #1 expert, Master Wang, rang out. No matter what, to be able to give birth to a heaven-defying existence like an emperor in such an era is actually a kind of fortune. Fortune! This was truly fortune. Yes, that is a great fortune. The heavenly demon, Quasi-Monarch, sighed softly. In the heavenly demon race, the strongest was the heavenly demon ancestor, whose title was the heavenly demon king. Under the heavenly demon king, the strongest Quasi-Monarch was the heavenly demon. Therefore, the heavenly demon Quasi-Monarch was the second strongest expert in the heavenly demon race. Who knows what kind of heaven-defying things will happen in such an era? We have no way of knowing, no way of understanding. Even our progenitor is the same, unable to know everything, unable to even deduce the most basic things. Therefore, what we can do is to continuously increase our strength, so that in the future we can avoid all calamities and be safe in the future. The heavenly Tao race's heaven prayer saint's expression was gloomy, as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, he sighed softly. The more terrifying an era is, the more terrifying the monstrous geniuses will be. In this era, 3 overlords were born in the early stages. Later on, there was even a heaven-defying ruler like the mortal monarch. Originally, in the hearts of many existences, this was already the peak of glory. However, who would have thought that compared to the current situation, the so-called glory is nothing at all? Back then, the sovereign human king era was incomparably heaven-defying. At the wrong time, the sovereign human king relied on his monstrous talent to forcefully change the imprint of the era. At a time when the sovereign human king couldn't appear, he forcefully opened a path, allowing himself to become the first and only supreme sovereign after the primitive immortal devil era. However, this wasn't the end, because after the sovereign human king era, only 5,000 years later, an even more terrifying and invincible monstrous genius was born, Emperor Lu Feng. Who could have imagined such an era in the past? Emperor Lu Feng, God-slayer Lu Tao, human race's winged specter Ronghua. Just the human race alone has 3 monstrous geniuses. In addition to these 3, there are now 6 more. In addition to the monstrous young underworld king who was suppressed by the sovereign, the number of supreme monstrous geniuses in this era has reached a shocking 10. 10, what a heaven-defying number. Moreover, that's not all. In addition to these monstrous geniuses, there are even 2 invincible taboo monarchs, the immortal king and the demon king. Moreover, I believe that although the battle of the monarchs has ended, the battle of the sovereign hasn't. In a future era, he will compete with the 2 or even the 4 taboo monarchs. In the past, everyone thought that there might be 2 taboo monarchs in this era, the immortal king and the demon king. However, as time went on, they gradually overturned their thoughts. These people already understood that the only 4 taboo monarchs in history would all appear in this era and step onto the eternal stage together. In the future, they will definitely compete with and oppose the sovereign. Everyone was silent as they gently nodded their heads. However, this is also good. In our era, they're almost the most powerful monstrous geniuses in history. Apart from the 6 great taboo kings, the sovereign king, the mortal king, the immortal king, the devil king, the deity king, and the sage king, these 6 existences are absolutely sufficient to be ranked in the top 10 monstrous geniuses throughout history. If the remaining 5 taboo monarchs are included, then the future era will definitely give birth to an invincible and incomparably glorious era. When that time comes, we will still be able to survive even the greatest calamity. Everyone's hopes were completely pinned on these monstrous geniuses. In the face of the great calamity of the universe, even the overlords of epochs couldn't survive for long. Therefore, even the appearance of the divine king and the temporal overlord wouldn't be of any help. If one wanted to become strong, they had to rely on the overlords of epochs, the supreme rulers. Clearly, the 6 taboo monarchs all had the potential to become supreme rulers. Back then, the human Tao epoch was so prosperous. Any one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had walked their own paths and were truly invincible existences. The only pity was that they chose to walk their own paths and didn't walk the great Tao principles recognized by that epoch. Even though they were so glorious and could be considered truly invincible, they still ended up in a miserable state. In the end, they all came to a sad end. However, this era is different because whether it's the sovereign or the other taboo monarchs, they have all walked the true great Tao. Therefore, as long as they succeed, they will become true supreme rulers. As long as they became supreme rulers, they will be able to help this era overcome the great calamity of the universe. This was the common hope of many existences. All right, the battle is over. The battle of the kings, the most terrifying battle of the kings in history, has come to an end. The final result is both expected and unexpected. Lu Feng started the Battle of the Kings, and in the days that followed, he defied the heavens all the way. He fought with violence that made the universe tremble. His existence and his victory were recognized by many existences. Many people understood that as time went on, the sovereign would inevitably rule over everything and achieve the greatest extremes, the supreme path of the sovereign Tao. This was within their expectations. However, the scene that happened today was beyond their expectations. No one would have thought that although the Battle of Kings had ended, it would end in such a way. This was truly out of everyone's expectations. However, this should be the case. After all, the greatest battle of the kings in history would be a disgrace to the glory of this era if it ended in such an ordinary manner. Everyone gently nodded their heads. If such an era really came to an end like this, then it would really be a failure. The Grand Ancestor looked at the crowd, then at the battle platform. The destruction was gradually fading away. He nodded gently and turned to the hundreds of virtual kings around him who were responsible for maintaining the protection. All right, the destruction is gone. Activate the barrier. The hundreds of virtual kings looked at the Grand Ancestor and nodded respectfully. Chapter 764. The two most powerful people present were the heavenly demon Quasi-King and the Great Ancestor. However, compared to the heavenly demon Quasi-King, the Great Ancestor's existence was obviously more honorable. After all, he was one of the three great alchemy saint masters. Soon, the protective power disappeared, and at this moment, countless terrifying fluctuations appeared and began to radiate toward the surroundings. These were the remnants of the destructive aftermath. Although the true essence of destruction had disappeared, these fluctuations still existed. In an instant, many indifferent and unprepared existences were sent flying by this terrifying impact. However, it only made them a little embarrassed. After all, the destructive power had disappeared. Looking at the incomparably modeled and dismal ninth-grade battle platform in the field, the trillions of existences present all sucked in a breath of cold air. For them, the ninth-grade divine object represented eternal indestructibility. But who would have thought that a few existences who were not even gods could turn this indestructible ninth-grade divine object into such a state? This is the horror of evildoers. Evildoers can't be treated according to normal thinking at all. Evildoers are evildoers because it means that everything they do is not something normal people can do. The seven invincible almighties did not hesitate. After looking at each other, they all nodded gently. In the next moment, except for the Great Ancestor, the other existences entered the battlefield and rescued all the supreme kings of their respective races. Although these supreme kings relied on those shocking artifacts and divine treasures, as well as Lu Feng's mercy, they barely survived. However, he had also suffered a serious injury that he had never suffered before. Of course, these invincible almighties were not dissatisfied with such heavy injuries. They knew that this was still Lu Feng's mercy. Otherwise, these six supreme kings, even with the protection of those artifacts, were afraid that they would eventually be annihilated. After all, the ninth-grade divine objects here were beaten into such a state, and those artifacts could naturally be destroyed. Moreover, these invincible almighties were actually filled with a kind of faint joy in their hearts. These people knew that after this battle, although this battle was fought together against the Emperor, however, after this battle, they would definitely become even more terrifying and extreme. The road ahead would be incomparably smooth, although they had been defeated in the Battle of the Kings. However, they still had the potential to break through to the Overlord realm. Therefore, these people didn't seem too sad about the injuries of the six supreme monarchs. Finally, after receiving all six supreme monarchs, the invincible almighties did not hesitate to use their shocking power to open up a space-time passage that could temporarily pass through the seal of the foreign battlefield and send the six supreme monarchs back. These 6 supreme monarchs were the future hope of their races. They were the condensed existences that determined whether or not they would be able to survive those terrifying calamities in the future. Therefore, the 6 of them could not afford to be in any danger or make any mistakes. Many invincible, almighty experts didn't leave after seeing the 6 supreme kings leave. This was because, for them, perhaps the supreme kings of their respective races had left, but there was still a monstrous existence that they were extremely concerned about, and that was Emperor Lu Feng. As long as Lu Feng was still around, they would not choose to leave. At this moment, countless beings and trillions of powerhouses had the same thought. Everyone knew that the terrifying thing about Lu Feng was that after every battle, he would undergo a shocking transformation. During this confrontation, Lu Feng had been on the verge of attaining the 2nd-level demigod realm. However, in order to fight to his heart's content and give the 6 supreme monarchs hope, he had ultimately chosen to shockingly seal his cultivation base. He had not even hesitated to face the calamities of the world. How could he still not be able to break through after such a collision this time? The Emperor is going to break through after all. I just don't know how terrifying the Emperor will be after this. How shocking and heaven-defying will he be? The era of the Battle of the Kings had ended. The current era completely belonged to Emperor Lu Feng. After this battle, everyone believed that even a terrifying sky celestial powerhouse would definitely not be a match for him. It could be said that the Emperor, who was not even 20 years old, had already become a true overlord of a force. He had already become a pinnacle powerhouse who could walk through the galaxy era without fear of anyone. What level will the Emperors reach this time? Everyone was paying close attention. At this moment, the previously clamorous battle platform, which had been filled with countless collisions, had returned to tranquility. It was incomparably quiet. The aftermath of the annihilation had also disappeared. Now, only Lu Feng remained. Only Lu Feng remained. Around his body, the destructive flames of destruction were still burning fiercely, as if they wanted to burn Lu Feng completely to ashes. This was a type of great calamity of the universe. It was so terrifying that even the Divine King would be extremely alarmed. But these people understood, they knew. This kind of calamity had no destructive effect on Lu Feng at all. Just a moment ago, the monarch had forcefully withstood this incomparably terrifying calamity and resisted the 6 supreme kings. Since ancient times, only the emperor had been able to do this. Even the human monarchs of the past had not been able to achieve such a shocking level. Therefore, although they were also shocked when they saw this destructive power at this moment, they were still terrified. They were no longer too afraid or worried about Lu Feng. After the endless turmoil, there was an incomparable tranquility. This was really tranquility. In the face of the burning flames of destruction, Lu Feng was really endlessly calm. His gaze was indifferent, as if everything around him was just a decoration. Lu Feng's heart was incomparably tranquil. He looked at everything around him and chuckled softly. The previous destructive collisions had not harmed him in the slightest. This was how terrifying Lu Feng was. Now, he could already use the 2nd level of the 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals, which belonged to the 10 directional mortal dust. It was only because he had to resist this terrifying calamity that he was unable to use it in the end. However, even so, given Lu Feng's current strength, he no longer needed any limits to use the initial level of the 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals. He could use it easily. It was also because of this that Lu Feng still had the strength to control it after using the ultimate immortal technique, 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals, so that his power would not be too extreme and directly obliterate the 6 supreme kings. It should be known that he had been unable to control it when he had confronted the Capital University's principal and the true God principal, Rong Yuanyu, back then. If it had not been for the appearance of the first-generation principal, an invincible almighty existence, Lu Feng would have really obliterated Rong Yuanyu completely. At the time, such a situation had occurred because the realm of 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals was already his limit. Therefore, He could only use it and not control it. However, it was different now. It was completely different. This was because he was no longer at his limit when using this realm. He could control it perfectly now. Lu Feng walked out of the endless annihilation calmly and elegantly. No one could have imagined this. Although Lu Feng had already withdrawn from the mortal dust immortal realm, his existence was still like that of a true immortal. It was as if he had been banished from the nine heavens. The world-ending flames around him had already burned to the limit. At this moment, Lu Feng finally looked at his surroundings. He smiled gently, an incomparably calm smile. Then, Lu Feng extended his arm and looked at the terrifying flames that were still burning on his palm. His smile became even more striking. Now, it's time. Lu Feng's words puzzled everyone. They looked at Lu Feng in surprise, not understanding what he meant. However, everything that Lu Feng did in the next moment made them understand Lu Feng's plan. In the face of endless calamities and terrifying calamities, Lu Feng had started to sublimate. He had started to sublimate in an incomparably terrifying manner. Everyone could feel it thoroughly. They finally understood Lu Feng's plan. However, no one was shocked by Lu Feng's plan. After all, this was something that they had already expected. A breakthrough. What Lu Feng needed to do, and what he was doing now, was to break through. After experiencing those shocking battles, terrifying collisions, several life and death situations, and several confrontations with calamities, he wouldn't be an emperor if he didn't break through. Lu Feng's breakthrough was within everyone's expectations. However, they still paid close attention to it. This was because they wanted to see what level Lu Feng could reach in his breakthrough. This was the only thought on everyone's mind. Breakthrough, it was really a crazy breakthrough. Previously, Lu Feng had sealed his cultivation base so that he could fight to his heart's content. Now that he had completed the battle, he could no longer suppress his cultivation base. All the breakthroughs had finally appeared. In an instant, Lu Feng's cultivation base started to soar, and he started to break through frantically. In an instant, he finally broke through. It was a complete breakthrough. The barrier of second-grade demigod realm disappeared completely in an instant. Lu Feng instantly entered the second-grade demigod realm. Such a breakthrough was within everyone's expectations. However, when Lu Feng broke through, everyone's gazes started to focus. This was because the most crucial moment had arrived. What level could Lu Feng break through to? What was going to happen next would be revealed. In an instant, Lu Feng's cultivation base started to rise crazily. There seemed to be no end to it. All the comfort disappeared completely. Lu Feng entered the pinnacle of his life. There seemed to be no end to his breakthroughs. Second grade demigod realm. Beginner, intermediate, advanced. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng had entered the pinnacle of the demigod realm. However, this wasn't the end. After all, this wasn't Lu Feng's limit. Under everyone's slightly twitching gazes, Lu Feng still broke through and entered completely. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the third layer of the demigod realm. There wasn't any extravagant noise or earth-shattering shock. Lu Feng's breakthrough seemed to be a very ordinary one. However, such calmness shocked everyone. This time, Lu Feng had directly entered the third-grade demigod realm from the first-grade demigod realm. Such a degree of improvement could really be said to be shocking. However, everyone's shock only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, they returned to their previous state and returned to normal. Chapter 765. If this had happened to someone else, they would have been horrified and would have continued to be horrified. However, this had happened to Lu Feng. It had happened to Emperor Lu Feng. This made them feel extremely calm. As long as it has something to do with Emperor Lu Feng, everything will no longer be an illusion. Everything will become reality. In the distance, Lu Feng had finally broken through and entered the third level of the demigod realm. In an instant, Lu Feng felt that his body, soul, and will had completely transformed. They had all reached an unimaginable level of divinity. The feeling of power made Lu Feng feel like he had been reborn. The terrifying power made him want to roar at the sky. At this moment, Lu Feng understood that he had finally transformed. He had finally entered an even more powerful realm. The current him was several times stronger than when he was at his peak. He might even be dozens of times stronger. The current me, relying on my understanding of the space-time laws, should be able to suppress or even crush any low-level heavenly god. This was Lu Feng's current feeling. The current him could definitely crush any low-level heavenly god with ease. Of course, this was crushing. It was a kind of absolute power that looked down on others. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Then, endless cheers erupted. Now that the Battle of the Kings had ended, Lu Feng's victory had become a fact. It had become the conclusion. There was no longer any consideration of race. At this moment, the only thing they could do was to cheer. Endless cheers. Vaguely, Lu Feng's aura continued to rise. Such a scene caused the cheers of many existences to reach a new peak. It's not over. It's really not over. The breakthrough of the Emperor is still ongoing. The miracle is still ongoing. When Lu Feng had broken through 2 levels of the demigod realm in succession, this was a miracle. It was a terrifying miracle. And now, everyone could feel that Lu Feng's breakthrough was not over. He was still going on even more crazily. In the next instant, Lu Feng, who had entered the 3rd-tier demigod realm, became even more imposing and terrifying. In a daze, everyone seemed to see a supreme saint, the strongest emperor that illuminated the ages. He was constantly in turmoil and craziness. Even the passing of time couldn't bury him. Even the history of the world couldn't break him. This was Lu Feng, Emperor Lu Feng. His figure was truly going to become the backbone of this era. Legend has it that as long as Wang Zhan obtains the final victory, he will be able to enter the final emperor's domain. Although I don't know if it will be the same this time, but after this victory, the emperor will definitely receive a shocking upgrade. In the past, he was completely invincible, the number 1 expert in all of space-time. And now, after obtaining the reward of the final victory of the Battle of Kings, how terrifying will he be? The terror of an emperor was not limited to this. The victory of the Battle of Kings would make Lu Feng even more invincible. This time, he had shattered the shackles of his bloodline and finally condensed the best physique in history after surviving the 4th tribulation. This combat body, which could be said to be the strongest in the universe, was invincible in itself. It was unfathomable and terrifying. After condensing this combat body, it could be said that Lu Feng had surpassed the human monarchs in almost every aspect. Such a realm and strength was enough to look down on all the powerhouses in history. It was shocking and horrifying. I'm afraid that the Emperor this time will directly enter the peak of the demigod realm. When that happens, I really don't know how terrifying his power will be. When the Emperor, who is only a 1st-tier demigod, fully unleashed his power, he would almost be able to enter the heavenly god realm. At the final moment, before breaking the bloodline shackles, he had truly displayed his monstrous talent. The Emperor has already come into contact with the existence of nomological laws. What he has comprehended is the space-time nomological laws. This is one of the most powerful nomological laws. The power of power is one of the most powerful nomological laws. Once he uses it, the increase in the combat strength of a heavenly god is absolutely terrifying. The Emperor relied on the nomological laws to transform into a new, strongest combat body. I'm afraid that in the 1st-tier demigod realm, he would have the power to kill an early-tier heavenly god. And now, if he steps into the peak of the demigod realm, the Emperor will probably be one of the strongest powerhouses in the heavenly god realm. Everyone was silent and then nodded lightly. Just like the virtual king's analysis, the Emperor at that time would indeed have such a high level of power. Although he would not be able to compare with a perfect or peak heavenly god, he would still be considered a powerhouse in the heavenly god realm. Let's wait and see. I just don't know if the Emperor this time will become a peak demigod or a 4th-tier demigod. The 4th-tier demigod realm belonged to the peak of the demigod realm. However, that was not the peak of the demigod realm. The 1st-tier demigod realm was the deification of the physical body. The second-tier demigod realm was the deification of the soul. The third-tier demigod realm was the deification of the will. The fourth-tier demigod realm was the condensation of a godhead. The condensation of a godhead meant that one had entered the limits of a mortal. However, this was still not the peak of the demigod realm. This was because the peak of the demigod realm was the fusion of the physical body, the will of the soul, and the godhead into a perfect unity. Only then could one be considered a true peak demigod. Only then could one be considered the strongest mortal. Therefore, what everyone wanted to know at this moment was whether Lu Feng could enter the fourth-tier demigod realm, or if he could directly fuse the fourth-tier demigod realm into one and directly become the peak demigod realm. Before them, Lu Feng's breakthrough had begun. It had completely begun. An endless and crazy power surged and began to crazily absorb Lu Feng from the heavens and earth. Countless existences were slightly shocked and then sucked in a few cold breaths. They knew that this was pure power. It was the power used to condense a godhead. A godhead was a deity position bestowed by the heavens and earth. The power needed to condense, it was drawn from the heavens and earth. The more power it absorbed, the more terrifying Lu Feng's potential would be after becoming a demigod. When an ordinary existence becomes a demigod and wants to condense a godhead, they will absorb all the power within a radius of 100 miles. However, when a monstrous existence condenses a godhead, they can absorb all the power within a radius of 10,000 miles. If one is a demigod king, then according to how much supreme power one has comprehended, the range of absorption will be different. With an additional supreme power, the range of absorption will increase by 10,000 miles. In ancient times, there was a heaven-defying, monstrous genius. Although he was not a taboo king, he condensed 6 supreme powers before he became a demigod. This is the same as the imperial prince. At that time, when he condensed a godhead, he once caused all the power within a radius of 60,000 miles to surge crazily and be completely absorbed. In the past, before becoming a demigod, when he condensed his godhead, he absorbed all the power within a radius of 100,000 miles. Such a scene can be said to be the strongest since ancient times. I just don't know, as an existence that surpasses the demigod king, how much power can he absorb? Most of the existences here were experts who had become demigods. Even those who had not become demigods were terrifying, monstrous geniuses who would definitely become demigods in the future. Therefore, they all had a deep understanding of the range of power that could be absorbed when condensing a godhead. Everyone quietly looked at Lu Feng. Feeling the surging power of the heavens and earth, their expressions became more and more strange. A radius of 50,000 miles. Now, it's already 50,000 miles. This is already equivalent to an existence who has comprehended 5 supreme powers. All the power within a radius of 50,000 miles was absorbed into the godhead. How terrifying would the godhead condensed be? Many people began to cry out in alarm. However, in the next moment, when they saw the strange gazes around them, those who had spoken earlier all shut their mouths in embarrassment. Indeed, they were making a fuss over nothing. Without mentioning anything else, just the number of supreme powers that Lu Feng had comprehended had reached a shocking number of 7. Even though he had shattered the shackles of his bloodline and lost the power of his bloodline, Lu Feng had still comprehended 6 supreme powers. 6 types of supreme powers, at the very least, would be equivalent to 9 types of ordinary supreme powers. Therefore, at this moment, a radius of 50,000 miles was simply a joke. These people cried out in alarm at this moment. They were making a fuss over nothing within a radius of 50,000 miles. The boundless power was quickly absorbed completely. However, this was clearly not enough to wake up Lu Feng, whose eyes were slightly closed. They knew that this was not enough. It was far from enough. Therefore, they continued to absorb. In an instant, another boundless amount of power was absorbed. All of it entered Lu Feng's body. Turbulence, continuous turbulence, crazy turbulence. 60,000, not enough, not enough. It was far from enough. Therefore, again, crazily again, within a radius of 70,000 miles, everything within a radius of 70,000 miles was absorbed. Everything was absorbed by Lu Feng and entered Lu Feng's body. Everyone was silent. However, there was not much astonishment left. These people all understood that Lu Feng's final absorption range would definitely not be 70,000 miles, nor would it be 80,000 or 90,000 miles. It would at least be 100,000 miles. At the very least, he would be in existence on the same level as a human monarch. What everyone wanted to see was whether Lu Feng could break the legendary limit of 100,000 miles and enter a whole new realm. This was what they were extremely concerned about. Soon, all the power within 80,000 miles was completely condensed and absorbed. Another moment later, all the power within a radius of 90,000 miles began its final turbulence. It started the craziest absorption. Everyone could clearly sense that Lu Feng had entered a whole new realm while condensing his divine spark. The speed of absorption was getting faster and faster. This meant that Lu Feng was close to officially condensing his divine spark. Soon, it should be soon, everyone was waiting nervously and excitedly. Finally, in the next moment, the power within a radius of 90,000 miles disappeared. 100,000 miles, open. The moment the power within a radius of 100,000 miles was absorbed, even the Almighties in the King realm could no longer remain calm. Their expressions were slightly solemn as they began to observe carefully. This was because the final moment had arrived. The aura around Lu Feng's body became more and more terrifying and extreme. It seemed as if it could even cover the sky and dim the sun and moon. Everyone trembled slightly, but they understood that he had not entered the final realm. He had not entered the ultimate realm. This was because the terrifying power produced in the final realm would be even more terrifying and extreme than what he was experiencing now. Although I have not experienced the era of the human king, I am certain that the power produced by the current emperor is not inferior to the power produced by the former human king when he condensed his divine spark. Back then, the human king had a radius of 100,000 miles. And now, Lu Feng was the same. There was basically no difference between them. However, everyone clearly understood that the current Lu Feng was no longer lacking in anything. He was even more terrifying than the human king of the past. This was because when the human king condensed his divine spark in the past, he had broken through in the primal universe. However, the current Lu Feng was formed in a form battlefield. Compared to the power in the primal universe, the level of power in the form battlefield was much, much higher. Therefore, although they were both within a radius of 100,000 miles, the total amount of power Lu Feng had absorbed had already surpassed that of the human king. In fact, he had already surpassed the human king. However, everyone was still watching and paying attention. This was because they knew that this kind of transcendence could not be considered a true transcendence. Emperor Lu Feng wanted to surpass, and he wanted to surpass in the most comprehensive way. However, this kind of simplicity was simply not enough. It was far from enough. Therefore, everything that truly determined whether an emperor had surpassed the human king or not depended on the scope of his absorption. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.